Section 1. The Lost Episodes. What they are and why they disappeared. Let's settle in. Get comfortable wherever you are right now. Dim the lights if you haven't already. Pull the blanket up a little further. Because for the next few hours, we're going to wander through one of the strangest, most quietly unsettling corners of television history, and we're going to do it slowly, the way a good story deserves to be told. The Simpsons has been on the air since the 17th of December, 1989. 36 seasons, 788 episodes. It is the longest-running American animated series in history, the longest-running scripted primetime show ever made, and one of the most analyzed pieces of popular culture that has ever existed. Academics have written dissertations about it. Philosophers have cited it. Mathematicians have found hidden equations buried inside throwaway background gags. There are people who have dedicated years of their lives to cataloging every single detail of every single episode, cross-referencing continuity errors, mapping the geography of a town that doesn't follow the rules of American geography, and building theories about the nature of Springfield's reality that are so internally consistent that the show's own writers have been forced to publicly respond to them. And yet, with all of that scrutiny, with all of those years of observation and analysis, there is a layer of The Simpsons that most people have never heard about. A layer that sits beneath the main canon, beneath the official episode list, beneath everything that was produced with full studio approval and broadcast on the Fox network with the blessing of Matt Groening and the writing staff. That layer is what some people call the lost episodes. Now, let's be precise about what that phrase actually means, because it gets used in a lot of different ways and the truth is more interesting than the myth. When most people hear lost episode, they picture something that was made and then deliberately hidden a reel of footage locked in a vault somewhere, a finished episode that Fox executives decided was too dangerous or too strange to broadcast. And while there are elements of Simpsons history that come close to that description, the full picture is richer and stranger than any single vault story could contain. The lost episodes of The Simpsons fall into roughly 4 categories. The first is unaired content material that was produced, animated, voiced, scored, and completed, but that was never broadcast in the form it was originally made. The second is altered content episodes that aired in one form but exist in a significantly different version that most viewers have never seen, sometimes with entire scenes, characters, or storylines excised before broadcast. The third is abandoned content projects that were developed, written, and sometimes partially produced before being canceled, shelved, or quietly discarded. And the fourth, and perhaps the most interesting, is the mythological content episodes that may or may not have existed, that circulate through fan communities as rumor and urban legend, that carry enough detail to feel real, but enough ambiguity to remain permanently unverifiable. Each of these categories tells us something different about The Simpsons. Together, they tell us something about the nature of television itself, about the machinery of a long-running show, about the gap between what gets made and what gets seen, and about the strange way that absence can sometimes say more than presence ever could. Let's start at the beginning. Or rather, let's start before the beginning. Before The Simpsons was a primetime animated series, it was a series of short animated sketches that aired as part of The Tracy Ullman Show, a comedy variety program that ran on Fox from 1987 to 1990. Between 1987 and 1989, 48 of these shorts were produced and broadcast. They were rough. The animation was crude compared to what the show would become. The proportions were inconsistent, the color palette was muddier, and the characters sometimes looked more like fever dream approximations of themselves than the polished designs that would become iconic. Homer's hair sat differently on his head. Marge's voice carried a slightly different register. Bart was more feral and less calculating. These weren't the Simpsons we know. They were something earlier, something rawer, like watching a creature before it fully evolves. Many of these shorts have been preserved and are technically accessible, but they exist in a strange, liminal space. They're not considered part of the main series. They don't appear on standard streaming platforms alongside the regular episodes. Most casual Simpsons fans have never seen a single one of them. In a real sense, they are lost to the mainstream audience, not because they were hidden, but because the infrastructure of modern media consumption has quietly allowed them to drift to the margins. But the shorts matter for a reason beyond mere historical curiosity. They contain the seeds of several storylines and character dynamics that the main series would develop over the following 3 decades, and some of them handle those dynamics in ways the main series never quite returned to. There are moments in those early shorts, small throwaway scenes, where the emotional rawness of the family feels almost unbearable by comparison to the polished version of the show that most people know. Homer loses his temper in a way that reads less like cartoon exaggeration and more like something you might actually witness in a real household. Marge's patience has an edge to it that the main series gradually smoothed away. Bart's cruelty toward Lisa carries genuine malice, rather than the affectionate rivalry that would become the show's template. These are The Simpsons, before The Simpsons knew what it was. And watching them now, if you can find them, is a little like finding old home videos of a person before they became famous. The family is recognizable, but something about them feels unguarded, unfinished, more honest in its incompleteness. The second and more widely discussed category of lost content involves the early seasons of the main series, specifically the material that was cut, altered, or suppressed during the show's first few years on the air, when the relationship between the production team and Fox's Broadcast Standards Department was at its most contentious. The Simpsons was controversial almost from the moment it premiered. This is easy to forget now because the show has become so culturally embedded that it's difficult to imagine a time when it felt dangerous. But in 1989 and 1990, there were parent groups, school administrators, and civic organizations who genuinely believed that Bart Simpson was a threat to American children. There were school districts that banned Bart Simpson t-shirts. There were news segments earnestly debating whether Homer's parenting style was going to corrupt a generation of young viewers. President George H.W. Bush famously declared that American families should be more like the Waltons and less like the Simpsons, a comment that the show responded to in one of the most perfectly crafted jokes in its early history. In that climate, the production team was regularly in conflict with network censors over content, and the result of those conflicts was a body of cut and altered material that, in some cases, changed the meaning of episodes in subtle but significant ways. One of the most documented examples involves the episode Some Enchanted Evening from the first season, which was actually the first episode produced. Though it aired last in the season due to animation quality issues so severe that the entire episode had to be partially redone. The version that finally aired was significantly altered from the original cut, and descriptions of what the original contained have circulated in production documents and behind-the-scenes accounts for decades. The differences are not dramatic in the way that urban legends tend to demand there's no hidden dark ending, no secret message. But there are tonal differences, moments where the family dynamics were sharper and the comedy had edges that the network preferred to sand down. The production history of the first season is, in general, a story of collision between a creative team with a specific and unconventional vision and a network that wasn't entirely sure what it had acquired. The Simpsons was unlike anything else on television at the time. It was animated, which meant it was assumed to be for children, even though its humor was clearly intended for adults. It was satirical, which meant it was making fun of things American families, American consumerism, American institutions in ways that network television had traditionally treated as too risky, and it was irreverent in a way that had no real precedent in American primetime, at least not in animation. The cuts and alterations that resulted from network pressure during those early seasons represent a kind of invisible history of the show, a record of what The Simpsons was trying to be, as distinct from what it was allowed to be. Some of those excisions were minor, others changed the shape of entire episodes. And because most of the material that was cut was never officially released, it exists now primarily through descriptions in DVD commentaries, interviews with writers and directors, and the occasional leaked production document. The third category of lost content is, in some ways, the most fascinating: the abandoned projects. These are the Simpsons stories that were developed, sometimes extensively, but never completed, the episodes that were written and then shelved, the storylines that were planned and then quietly dropped, the characters who were introduced with the intention of becoming recurring figures and then disappeared from Springfield without explanation. Every long-running show accumulates this kind of history. The gap between what a writing staff develops and what eventually makes it to air is always vast, and most of that gap is invisible to the audience. But The Simpsons is unusual because it has been running for so long. and because its production history has been so extensively documented through DVD commentaries, retrospectives, and interviews, that a clearer than usual picture of what was abandoned has emerged over the years. Some of the abandoned projects are relatively mundane episode pitches that were tried and didn't come together, storylines that were tried in the room and didn't generate enough laughs to survive the writing process, but others are more significant. There were plans in the early seasons to develop certain secondary characters into major recurring figures that never materialized. There were storylines involving the Simpson family's extended history that were introduced and then never resolved. There were ambitious structural experiments episodes that played with format, timeline, or genre in ways that the network ultimately deemed too risky that were abandoned after development. One of the most intriguing examples involves the show's long and complicated relationship with the idea of closure. The Simpsons, as a floating timeline show, is structurally committed to never resolving anything permanently. The characters can't grow, can't change, can't age, can't move on. Every episode ends with a reset. This is the deal the show makes with its audience. You'll get stories, but you won't get endings. And for the most part, the show has honored that deal. But there have been moments, scattered across the show's history, when the writing staff has considered breaking it. Moments when someone in the room has asked, what if we actually let this one resolve? What if this is the episode where something changes for good? And the answer, in almost every case, has been no. Not because those stories weren't interesting, sometimes they were the most interesting things being discussed, but because the structure of the show makes genuine resolution impossible. You can't end something that can't end. The stories that almost broke the rule are the lost episodes in the deepest sense. Not lost because they were filmed and hidden, but lost because the structural logic of The Simpsons wouldn't allow them to exist. They were written in the room, considered seriously, and then put away because the show had made a promise that couldn't accommodate them. And then there's the fourth category, the mythological lost episodes. These are the stories that circulate through online communities, Reddit threads, fan wikis, creepypasta archives, YouTube comment sections as accounts of episodes that supposedly aired once, in unusual circumstances, and have never been officially acknowledged. They are told in first person. They involve a narrator who describes stumbling across a tape, or an old broadcast, or a digital file that contained an episode unlike anything in the official catalog. An episode that was darker, stranger, more violent, more emotionally direct than anything the show has ever produced. An episode that seemed to be saying something the show couldn't say in its normal register. The most famous of these is a story that spread widely in the early years of internet horror fiction. A detailed account of a supposed real episode that ended not with a couch gag and a laugh track, but with something far more disturbing. The account is written with enough production knowledge to feel convincing and enough narrative detail to stick in the memory. And the response to it, even among people who were fully aware it was fiction, tells us something real. There is an audience for The Simpsons done in a darker register. There is a hunger for what the show might have been if it had been freed from the constraints of network television, broadcast standards, and the fundamental necessity of being funny. These mythological lost episodes are not real. To be direct about that, no credible evidence has ever emerged that any of the episodes described in the popular creepypasta tradition actually existed in any form. But the fact that they keep being written, shared, and engaged with by enormous audiences is itself a piece of evidence about something. It tells us that people feel there is a version of The Simpsons that has never been seen, a version that lives in the negative space between what the show is and what it might have been. And they're not entirely wrong about that. The version of Springfield that emerges when you look at the show's actual contradictions, actual abandoned storylines, and actual buried subtext is genuinely darker and stranger than the official broadcast record suggests. Which brings us to the real territory of this video. We're not going to spend the night cataloging creepypasta. What we're going to do is something more interesting. We're going to look at the actual Simpsons, the real show, the canonical episodes, the things that genuinely aired, and find the lost content hidden inside it. The storylines that were introduced and never followed through. The mysteries that were built into the architecture of the show and then quietly bricked over. The implications that are visible if you look at the evidence carefully enough, and that become impossible to ignore once you've seen them. Because the truth is that the most unsettling version of The Simpsons isn't a fake episode stored on a cursed VHS tape. It's the real show. viewed without the protective layer of nostalgia and familiarity that most of us bring to it. It's the show that has been telling you something strange and sad and structurally disturbing for 36 years, in the background of every joke, behind every couch gag, underneath every reset. The lost episodes of The Simpsons aren't lost. They're hiding in plain sight. And once you know where to look, you'll find them everywhere. So let's look. Drop a comment with where you're watching from and what time it is there. I genuinely love reading those. And if you're planning to stay for the whole night, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one. Now, let's keep going. Section 2. The Nuclear Plant Theory. Springfield is a contamination zone. There is a theory about The Simpsons that has been circulating for years, discussed in fan forums and academic papers and late-night comment sections by people who can't quite put it down. It's a theory that explains, in a single sentence, almost everything strange about Springfield. The sentence is this: the Springfield nuclear power plant has been poisoning the entire town for decades, and every physical and behavioral anomaly in the show's universe is a symptom of that poisoning. This is not a small theory. This is not the kind of fan speculation that requires you to squint at a background detail and build a case out of ambiguity. The evidence for this theory is woven into the explicit, canonical content of the show across multiple seasons, and it is so consistent and so overwhelming that the real question once you've seen it is not whether the theory is correct. The real question is how the show has been presenting this evidence so openly for so long without anyone in Springfield asking the obvious questions. Start with the plant itself. The Springfield nuclear power plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns. It is the primary source of electrical power for the entire town of Springfield. It employs a significant portion of the town's working population, and it is, by any reasonable standard of measurement, one of the most catastrophically dangerous industrial facilities ever depicted in fiction. A surprise safety inspection, conducted in the early seasons of the show, found 342 separate safety violations. 342. The number is staggering when you hold it in your mind for a moment, because most industrial facilities would be shut down permanently over a handful of serious violations. 342 violations means that the plant is not just negligently maintained. It means the plant is structurally, comprehensively, and systematically unsafe in a way that goes far beyond ordinary negligence. The estimated cost to bring the plant up to code was $56 million. Burns refused to pay it. Not because the money wasn't available to him. Burns is a billionaire many times over, and $56 million would have been, for him, a rounding error. He refused because paying it would have required acknowledging that the violations existed, and acknowledging that the violations existed would have opened the question of what those violations had already done to the surrounding environment. It would have opened the question of what was in the water, what was in the air, what had been happening, quietly and invisibly, to the people who had been living downwind of a cracked reactor for the better part of their lives. Burns understood the implications, so he chose not to. The individual violations that the show has depicted, scattered across dozens of episodes with varying degrees of comedy and horror, paint a picture of a facility that is not just unsafe but actively, aggressively poisonous to everything around it. Radioactive waste has been depicted being dumped directly into bodies of water. Radioactive waste has been shown being disposed of on children's playgrounds. Plutonium has been used as a paperweight in an office. The cooling towers are cracked, and in one memorable image, one of those cracks has been patched with a wad of chewing gum, a throwaway gag that, when you consider its implications, stops being funny almost immediately. There are luminous rats running through the plant's lower levels. The luminosity is bioluminescent caused, the logic of the show implies, by radiation exposure so extreme that the animals' bodies have been altered at a cellular level. This detail is played as a background gag. The rats glow, and then the episode moves on. But those rats are drinking the same water, breathing the same air, and living in the same environment as the people of Springfield. If the radiation is strong enough to make the rats glow, the rats are telling you something about the broader ecosystem. And then there is the detail that the show drops with almost supernatural casualness and never returns to human skeletons in the basement of the nuclear power plant. Not one skeleton, multiple skeletons. Human remains in the sublevels of a working reactor facility. The show shows you the bones and moves on. Nobody investigates. The safety inspector notes it and continues. No official inquiry, no forensic team, no explanation for who these people were or how they died inside an active nuclear facility. Just bones, and then the next scene. The safety inspector, who is meant to prevent all of this, the man whose literal job title is safety inspector, whose professional responsibility is to ensure that the facility does not poison the town, is Homer Simpson, a man whose IQ the show's own creator has stated is 55. A man who, in one episode, is revealed to have had a crayon lodged in his brain since childhood, physically reducing his cognitive function. A man who regularly sleeps at his workstation, who has eaten donuts during meltdown warnings, and who once caused a nuclear incident by throwing a donut into the reactor core to see if it would get bigger. This is the human barrier between Springfield and radioactive catastrophe, and he has been failing at that job for over 3 decades. Now here is where the theory begins to accumulate real weight. Because the evidence is not just circumstantial, and it is not just implied, the show has shown you, explicitly and on screen, what the plant is doing to the living organisms of Springfield. The first visible mutation appears in Season 2, Blinky, a 3-eyed fish pulled from a river located near the nuclear power plant. Blinky becomes a news story within the show. A gubernatorial candidate uses Blinky as campaign evidence that Burns is poisoning the environment. Burns is forced to eat the fish on live television to prove it's harmless. The town watches, reacts, and then moves on. Nobody tests the water, nobody follows up, nobody asks the question that Blinky is quite literally representing in 3-eyed physical form. If the fish have 3 eyes, what is the water doing to everything else that lives in it, including people? The show's answer to that question arrives in Season 8, though it's not framed as an answer. In the episode, The Springfield Files, Homer encounters what he believes is an alien in the woods near Springfield. The FBI gets involved. Agents Mulder and Scully are called in. The mystery builds. And when the reveal finally arrives, it turns out that what Homer saw was not an alien at all. It was Mr. Burns, after one of his weekly medical treatments. Burns undergoes a medical regimen so intensive, so chemically and radiologically extreme, that after each session his body emits what the show explicitly describes as a healthy green glow. The treatments keep him alive for exactly 1 more week. Without them, he dies. After each treatment, Burns wanders from the facility in a dazed, euphoric state, stumbling through the woods, his body literally producing visible light in the darkness. Homer sees this glowing figure moving through the trees, and his first instinct is alien. Not nuclear, not radiation, an alien from outer space. The show is showing you something remarkable in that moment. The people of Springfield are so thoroughly conditioned to ignore the implications of the plant that stands on their skyline, that they will construct an extraterrestrial explanation before they will consider a nuclear one. In the Simpsons movie, the evidence becomes impossible to sidestep. Springfield's environmental contamination reaches a point so catastrophic that the Environmental Protection Agency, operating within the show's universe as a real federal agency, determines that the town must be physically sealed under a massive glass dome to prevent its pollution from spreading to the rest of the country. The United States government looks at Springfield and concludes that the town is so fundamentally contaminated, so thoroughly toxic, that the only viable solution is to wall it off from the outside world. Springfield is classified as an environmental hazard, and all of its residents, every person who has been drinking the water, breathing the air, and living in the shadow of those cooling towers are inside when the dome goes up. Now consider the residents themselves. Look at them with fresh eyes. Homer Simpson has a skull shape that defies basic human anatomy. He has 4 fingers on each hand. He has bulging eyes, a pronounced overbite, and an IQ so low it would qualify as a clinical disability in the real world. His body can absorb damage that would kill a normal human being many times over. He has been shot, electrocuted, fallen from cliffs, been hit by automobiles, survived explosions. His recovery rate is physiologically impossible. His pain tolerance is not human, and he has worked in direct proximity to an active reactor core for the entirety of his adult life. Marge Simpson has the same bulging eyes, the same 4 fingers, and hair that defies the laws of physics growing straight upward in a tower that she has maintained in exactly the same shape for 36 years without apparent effort or product. Marge worked at the plant herself, briefly. She was exposed to the same facility, the same violations, the same leaking infrastructure. And all three of her children were born after both parents had already been living in Springfield's contaminated environment for years. Bart, Lisa, and Maggie were born in Springfield. They were raised in Springfield. They have been drinking Springfield's water and breathing Springfield's air since before they could speak. Every one of them displays physical characteristics that do not occur in normal human populations. The hair that holds its shape without product, the overbites, the eyes, and the yellow skin, the detail that covers every single resident of Springfield and nobody else in the entire show's universe. That last point is the one that makes the theory click into its final position, because it can't be explained away as art style. When celebrities appear in Springfield, when guest characters arrive from outside the town, they look different. Their proportions are more natural. Their eyes are shaped more like actual human eyes. Their skin is the color of actual human skin. The show draws outsiders with fundamentally different visual characteristics than it draws Springfield residents. And the standard explanation for this, that it's just the art style, that Springfield people look the way they look because that's how the show draws its regular cast, falls apart when you notice that the art style changes depending on whether the character lives in Springfield or not. Within the logic of the show's own universe, people who live in Springfield look different from people who don't. The distinction is visible and consistent across hundreds of episodes. The people inside the contamination zone look mutated. The people outside it look normal. Even the animals show it. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has the same bulging eyes as his owners. Blinky has 3 eyes. The luminous rats in the plant are glowing. The wildlife of Springfield is demonstrably altered by the plant's runoff. The show tells you this explicitly when it shows you a 3-eyed fish and says, "This is what the radiation is doing to living organisms in this environment." And then it expects you to believe that the exact same radiation has had no effect on the humans drinking the same water and living in the same ecosystem. Burns has always known. The show makes this explicit across multiple episodes, and once you see the pattern, it doesn't go away. Burns funds private medical research. He has personal physicians who manage his weekly treatments. He has a pharmaceutical division capable of synthesizing experimental compounds. He understands radiation, how it behaves, what it does to biological systems, what the long-term effects of chronic exposure look like, because he is personally dependent on managing those effects in his own body. Burns is not surviving because he's lucky. Burns is surviving because he has spent a century building the infrastructure required to manage what radiation does to a human body when it accumulates to the concentrations he carries. He knows what his plant is doing to Springfield. He has always known, and he has chosen, consistently and deliberately, to let it continue. The employment of Homer is not an accident or an oversight. When German investors briefly purchased the plant in one episode, the first thing they did was fire Homer. The second thing they did was assess the cost of bringing the facility up to code, and the estimate nearly drove them to bankruptcy. Burns bought the plant back and immediately rehired Homer. A competent safety inspector would shut that plant down within days of starting the job. Homer ensures the violations continue. The radiation keeps leaking. The water stays contaminated. And Burns maintains his monopoly over Springfield's power supply, its economy, and by extension, its entire population. A population that, by this point in the theory, is too cognitively impaired by decades of radiation exposure to understand what is happening to them. The crayon in Homer's brain deepens this reading. Season 12 reveals that Homer had a crayon removed, and his IQ immediately jumped to genius level. He became intelligent, articulate, and capable of understanding the world around him with clarity for the first time, and it made him profoundly miserable. He saw Springfield for what it was. He saw his job for what it was. He saw the architecture of his own life with the kind of clear-eyed comprehension he'd never had before, and the comprehension was unbearable. So he had the crayon put back, he chose the fog, he chose to stop being able to see what was right in front of him. But the question the show never asks is the one that underpins this entire theory. How did a crayon get lodged in a child's brain in the first place? And how did it remain there, undetected, through an entire childhood of medical checkups in Springfield? Either every doctor in Springfield is incapable of basic diagnostic competence, or the medical infrastructure of Springfield is compromised. And if the medical establishment is looking the other way, while radiation degrades the neurological function of the town's residents, then Homer's crayon is not just a physical object. It's a metaphor for a system designed to keep the population of Springfield cognitively limited enough to remain compliant. The radiation theory doesn't explain one mystery about The Simpsons. It explains all of them. The characters don't age because their mutated biology has been fundamentally altered. The town resets because the population's memory function is damaged by chronic neurological exposure. Homer survives impossible injuries because his body has adapted, though the adaptation has cost him almost everything cognitive. Burns stays alive through treatments that would kill a normal person because he has spent a century managing his own exposure with resources that nobody else in town has access to. And nobody in Springfield questions any of this because the same contamination that mutated their bodies also damaged the part of their brains responsible for critical thinking. The people of Springfield cannot see what is being done to them because what is being done to them has removed the cognitive tools required to see it. Springfield is not a quirky cartoon town. It is a contamination zone. The residents are not eccentric. They are symptomatic. And the nuclear plant that dominates their skyline, that powers their homes, employs their neighbors, and quietly poisons their water supply is not a background detail. It is the cause. It has always been the cause. Every yellow face, every extra eye, every impossible recovery, every forgotten catastrophe. It all traces back to the same cracked cooling tower, leaking the same invisible damage into the same water supply, sustaining the same broken population that cannot figure out why their fish have 3 eyes. The plant is not part of the show. The plant is the show. Section 3, Homer's Coma. The dream that never ended. Now we're going to reframe everything. Not contradict it, reframe it. Because what if the radiation theory is correct, but only within the mind of a man who has been unconscious since April 1993? What if Springfield is not a contaminated town observed from the outside, but a contaminated town dreamed from the inside, reconstructed, detail by distorted detail, from the memories of a man who went to sleep in a hospital bed and never came back? The episode that sits at the center of this theory aired on the 1st of April 1993. It was the 18th episode of the 4th season, titled So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The premise was straightforward. Bart plays a series of April Fool's pranks on Homer, escalating each time until he takes one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and puts it inside an industrial paint shaker. When Homer opens the can, the explosion is violent enough to send him to the hospital. While Homer is lying in his hospital bed, he notices a vending machine across the room. He wants a candy bar. He reaches for it. The machine tips over and lands on top of him. Homer Simpson flatlines and enters a coma, a real coma, stated explicitly by the show and treated within the episode as a genuine medical emergency rather than a cutaway gag. His family gathers at his bedside. The episode turns, for a moment, genuinely bleak. The episode ends with Homer seemingly waking up. Bart confesses tearfully at his bedside that everything was his fault, and Homer springs awake and immediately starts strangling his son. The family laughs. Everything returns to normal. The audience is meant to walk away satisfied. Homer woke up, crisis resolved, back to the couch. But in the final moments of that same episode, the show tells you something that it then never mentions again. Homer lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. 5% permanently destroyed, never to be recovered. And Homer's response to learning that he has suffered irreversible neurological damage is to laugh, even though he says out loud that he doesn't understand why he's laughing. The family finds this charming. Nobody expresses alarm. The episode ends. The Simpsons continues for 32 more years. The Homer coma theory, first articulated in detail by a Reddit user named Hard to Pick a Name, argues something very specific. Homer did not wake up from that coma. Every single episode that has aired since April 1993, every storyline, every character arc, every celebrity guest, every impossible event is a dream being generated by the comatose mind of a man lying in a hospital bed in Springfield General Hospital, slowly losing brain function while his family sits beside him and waits. The evidence, when you walk through it methodically, is genuinely difficult to dismiss. Start with the tonal shift. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons was a grounded show. Not realistic in the way that prestige drama is realistic, but grounded in recognizable human concerns. Homer tries to quit drinking. Marge considers an affair. Lisa develops a crush on a substitute teacher. Bart struggles with his grades and faces the possibility of being held back. These are the problems of a real, working-class family. Financial stress, marital tension, academic failure, the daily frustrations of a life that is never quite what you hoped it would be. The show's emotional core was built on relatability. After the coma, everything changes. Homer goes to space. Mr. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer becomes the leader of a vigilante group, joins a secret society, discovers his mother is a fugitive radical, and meets God face to face not once, but twice. The show transforms from a grounded family comedy into something that increasingly defies the logic of ordinary life, where the main character has met multiple sitting presidents, traveled to dozens of countries, held hundreds of different jobs, and survived physical trauma that would kill a platoon of soldiers. The escalation is so dramatic that even casual fans notice the tonal shift. The internet has debated for 20 years about when The Simpsons went bad, which season marked the turn, when the quality dipped, when the show stopped feeling like itself. The coma theory offers a precise answer to that question. The Simpsons didn't go bad. Homer's brain got worse. And here is the detail that makes the theory genuinely haunting once you know it. 6 months before the coma episode, in the Season 4 premiere titled Homer the Heretic, Homer has a face-to-face conversation with God. This is played as the premise of a theologically playful episode, but the content of the conversation matters. During their exchange, God tells Homer that he will learn the meaning of life, but not yet. God tells Homer that his time is coming. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The timeline is precise. God told Homer that his conscious waking life was nearly over. 6 months passed. Then the vending machine fell. If you read that foreshadowing as intentional, and it's hard not to, once you've noticed it, then the conversation with God is a prophecy. Not a theological joke, not a whimsical bit of cartoon divinity, but a genuine prophecy embedded in the structure of the season. Homer's time came exactly when God said it would, and everything that followed is the dream of a man who went under and whose mind has been running ever since, trying to hold on to something it can't reach. The aging problem is the single piece of evidence that the coma theory explains more elegantly than any other explanation available. Nobody in Springfield ages. Bart has been 10 years old for 36 years. Lisa has been 8, Maggie has been 1, Homer and Marge haven't gained a wrinkle. Every other theory, the radiation theory, the cartoon logic explanation, the floating timeline production convention offers an explanation for this that requires you to accept something unusual about the nature of reality in Springfield. The coma theory offers something different. It offers the simplest explanation possible. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of a man who went to sleep in 1993. Homer's unconscious brain cannot imagine his children growing up because he wasn't there to see it happen. His last memory of them is frozen at the moment the vending machine fell. His wife is preserved at the age she was when he last saw her. His friends are the versions of themselves that existed on that Tuesday in April, before everything went dark. The dream doesn't let them get older because Homer's brain doesn't have the reference material to age them. It only has what it knew before the coma, and it holds that memory with extraordinary, desperate fidelity. The celebrity appearances in later seasons take on a specific logic under this reading. Homer's brain, lying in the hospital, is receiving stimuli from the external world. Sounds from the television in his room, voices from conversations at his bedside, music from a radio down the hall, names, faces, cultural references drifting in through the fog of unconsciousness. The brain is absorbing these fragments and weaving them into the dream. That's why later seasons are flooded with celebrity guest appearances in a way that earlier seasons weren't. It's not that Springfield became a magnet for famous people. It's that Homer's comatose mind began receiving more ambient cultural information and incorporating it into the simulation. Every celebrity who shows up in Springfield is a voice Homer heard through the fog, translated into a dream character by a brain that needs to keep the world populated. The show itself engaged with this theory directly. In Season 34, an episode included a deliberately leaked, fake deleted scene in which Homer wakes up from a long coma, revealing that every outlandish episode was a dream. The production team created this scene, animated it, and then claimed it was a fake planted by hackers, not canon. But the scene existed. It was made. It depicted Homer waking up from exactly the coma that the theory describes, and the show's choice to frame the acknowledgement of this theory as a hoax, to present the truth and immediately label it a lie, has a logic of its own that the coma theory would have predicted. If Homer is dreaming, and if the dream contains a version of Springfield that operates on the principle of collective denial, a community that votes to suppress truth when truth becomes inconvenient, then the show responding to the coma theory by animating it and then calling it a hoax is exactly the behavior you'd expect from a narrative structure built around the suppression of uncomfortable reality. Executive producer Al Jean addressed the theory in 2015 and dismissed it as fan speculation. He said it isn't true, but his statement didn't engage with the evidence. He didn't explain the tonal shift. He didn't address the God prophecy. He didn't account for why the show becomes progressively more surreal and disconnected from ordinary logic with each passing season, in precisely the pattern you'd expect from a dream being generated by a brain that is slowly deteriorating. He said it wasn't true, and the conversation moved on. The fans didn't move on, because the theory does something that no official explanation has managed. It makes the whole show cohere. The aging freeze, the tonal shift, the celebrity flood, the escalating implausibility of the plots, the reset button that erases every consequence between episodes, the fact that Homer can survive anything, all of it is explained by the single premise that nothing is actually happening to Homer's body. His body is in a hospital bed. Only his mind is in Springfield. And his mind can't kill him, because his mind is the one telling the story. There is one final dimension of the coma theory that deserves to be stated carefully, because it changes the emotional register of the entire show. If the coma theory is true, then the 32 years of post-coma Simpsons episodes are not a comedy. They are a portrait of a man's deepest wish, running on loop in the only space he has left. Homer's deepest wish is not complicated. He wants his family. He wants Marge to still love him. He wants Bart to still be his mischievous, infuriating, irreplaceable little boy. He wants Lisa to still be playing her saxophone in her room. He wants Maggie to still be small enough to hold. He wants Friday night at the Simpson house, the couch, the television, the beer, the specific warmth of a family gathered in an ordinary room to last forever. In the coma, it does. The dream gives him everything he ever wanted. His children never grow up. His wife never leaves. His house never changes. The Friday night never ends. Homer's coma is not a nightmare. It is the only version of heaven that a man like Homer Simpson would ever think to ask for. A house on Evergreen Terrace where the kids are always young and the love is always there and nobody ever has to say goodbye. And every time the show resets, every time Homer survives something impossible, every time the credits roll and everything returns to normal, it's not the writers being lazy. It's Homer's brain refusing to let the dream stop. Because if the dream stops, Homer has to wake up. And waking up means finding out how much time has passed, how old his children have grown, whether Marge is still there, whether anyone is still sitting beside that hospital bed, or it means not waking up at all. Every episode, since April 1993, is a love letter written by an unconscious father to the family he can't reach. Section 4. Who really shot Mr. Burns? Reopening the case. Now we arrive at the greatest unsolved mystery in the history of The Simpsons. And before anyone says it, yes, we know the show told us it was Maggie. Season 7, Episode 1. Maggie did it. Case closed. Except the case was never actually closed. It was declared closed, which is a very different thing. And the more carefully you look at the evidence, the actual evidence, not the show's preferred narrative about it, the more the official answer begins to feel less like a solution and more like a very convenient resolution to a mystery that the show, in the end, couldn't quite solve on its own terms. Let's go back to the beginning. Season 6, Episode 25. Who Shot Mr. Burns? Part 1. This was the summer of 1995, and The Simpsons pulled off something that no animated show had ever attempted. A genuine whodunit cliffhanger, designed with sufficient care and craft that the show's creators believed it was genuinely solvable from the clues embedded in the episode. Fox promoted it like a cultural event. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special, treating the fictional crime like an unsolved real case. There was a national contest inviting viewers to submit their guesses, with the promise that the winner would be animated into a future episode. The show was not just a television program that summer, it was a puzzle. And the puzzle was built on a foundation of genuine motive. Burns had gone too far. He had stolen an oil well from beneath Springfield Elementary, devastating the school's budget. He had bankrupted Moe's Tavern. He had created a sinkhole that destroyed the Springfield retirement castle. He had injured Santa's little helper. And then, for his grand finale, he constructed a massive mechanical disc that he positioned to block out the sun over the entire town, not metaphorically, but literally. Burns stole the sun from Springfield so that residents would have no choice but to purchase electricity from his plant around the clock. He took the most basic natural resource available to every living thing on Earth and monetized it. When Smithers protested, Burns fired him on the spot. By the end of Part 1, every single person in Springfield had a concrete, specific reason to want Burns dead. The show took its time establishing these motives: Homer, because Burns couldn't remember his name despite years of employment; Bart and Lisa, because the school lost its funding; Grandpa, because the retirement home was destroyed; groundskeeper Willie, because he lost his job; Tito Puente, because Burns cut the school's music program; Moe, because his tavern was ruined; Smithers, freshly fired and drinking heavily. The entire town gathered for a public confrontation. Multiple characters were shown holding weapons. The tension was precisely calibrated. And then Burns was shot, staggered to the town sundial, fell, and his hands came to rest on two letters, W and S, or, from Burns's perspective, M and S. America waited through the summer. When the answer finally came in September 1995, it was Maggie, a baby. According to Burns's account, he encountered Maggie in the parking lot after the town meeting, attempted to take her lollipop. His gun fell from his holster during the struggle. Maggie picked it up, and the gun discharged. Burns was hit. Mystery solved. Except almost nobody in the national contest guessed Maggie. The contest, designed around the premise that the mystery was solvable from the clues in Part 1, received thousands of entries. According to the DVD commentary for the episodes, not a single person in the randomly selected sample of submitted entries guessed the correct answer. Nobody won. The prize was awarded randomly to someone who did not have the right answer, and that person received a cash payment instead of being animated into the show because they hadn't solved the mystery. There was one person who guessed correctly, a user who posted the answer to a Simpsons news group on the night of the original broadcast. But this person was using a college internet account that had become inactive by the time the contest ended, and the producers couldn't track them down. They issued an open invitation on the DVD release for that person to come forward. As far as anyone can confirm, they never did. The implications here are significant. The show's creators promoted this mystery as solvable. They built a national contest around the premise that the clues in Part 1 would lead a careful viewer to the correct answer. And then, when the answer was revealed, essentially nobody had solved it. Either the clues were insufficient, the red herrings were too powerful, or the answer didn't follow logically from the evidence the way the contest promised it would. Now look at the actual clues. Burns fell on the sundial. His hands pointed to W and S, or from his own perspective, M and S. The show tells us this indicates Maggie Simpson, but Burns himself stated, on the record, within the episode, that his hands landing on those letters was not intentional. He wasn't deliberately spelling out his attacker's initials. He fell. The central piece of physical evidence in the case, the clue that the show uses to anchor its resolution, was explicitly described by the victim as a coincidence. The biggest clue in The Simpsons' most famous mystery is, by the testimony of the man it supposedly came from, meaningless. Then there's the matter of the gun. Burns carried a weapon in a holster. Shortly before the shooting, the holster is shown empty in the episode. Burns's gun was already missing from his person before the attack occurred. The shooter used Burns's own weapon. This tells us something important about the profile of whoever pulled that trigger. They didn't bring a gun to the town meeting. They weren't armed when they arrived. They encountered Burns's weapon by chance and used it in a moment of opportunity or impulse, rather than arriving with a premeditated plan to shoot him. A baby finding a gun on the ground fits this profile. But so do a dozen other characters who weren't carrying weapons that night. The profile doesn't point exclusively to Maggie. Burns's last spoken words before being shot were, "Oh, it's you." He recognized whoever approached him. He wasn't startled. He wasn't afraid. He said, "It's you," the phrasing of someone who recognizes a familiar presence, not someone confronted by a stranger or threatened by something unexpected. Does Burns recognize Maggie Simpson? Has he interacted with her in any meaningful way prior to this episode that would justify that greeting? The show doesn't establish any relationship between Burns and Maggie before the shooting. Burns barely recognizes Homer, and Homer has worked for him for years. The idea that Burns would see a baby crawling toward him and react with the calm recognition of, "Oh, it's you," as though acknowledging a familiar acquaintance doesn't square with a man who cannot retain the name of his own employee. In season 18, Homer casually states on camera that he was the one who shot Burns. He says it as an aside. Nobody reacts. Nobody investigates. The confession is treated as a throwaway line, and the episode moves on. Either Homer is fabricating this claim for reasons that aren't made clear, or the original verdict was wrong, and Homer knows it because he was the one who actually fired the weapon. If Homer did it, then Maggie was used as a convenient resolution, a baby who could never be prosecuted, whose guilt would close the case without sending anyone to prison. Chief Wiggum says it himself, no jury in the world would convict a baby. Maggie was, from a purely tactical standpoint, the perfect resolution to an investigation that the Springfield Police Department had thoroughly botched. A baby as the shooter means the case closes, nobody goes to prison, no one with power or resources is threatened, and everyone can go home. One of the most carefully argued alternate theories, originating from an analysis posted by a Reddit user, identifies Marge as the real shooter. The case built for this theory is surprisingly strong. Marge had watched Burns systematically destroy her children's school, injure her family's dog, and devastate her community. She had every reason to want Burns gone. Burns, separately, is depicted in an earlier episode as having developed an infatuation with Marge. Under this reading, that infatuation explains why Burns chose not to identify his actual attacker. He took the bullet, woke from his coma, and rather than name the woman he'd been obsessed with, he pointed at the sundial and allowed the investigation to draw its own conclusions. Maggie became the answer because Maggie was the answer that hurt no one, prosecuted no one, and allowed the person Burns wanted to protect to go free. The alternate endings lend this reading significant weight. A complete, fully voiced, fully animated alternate conclusion was produced in which Smithers is revealed as the shooter. This ending was screened in the Simpsons' 138th episode Spectacular Clip Show, hosted by Troy McClure, who dismisses the Smithers ending by saying, "It wouldn't have made sense because all the Simpson DNA evidence would have to be ignored, which would be, in his words, downright nutty." That line is itself a reference to the O.J. Simpson trial, in which a jury famously disregarded DNA evidence to reach an acquittal. The show is winking at you. It is telling you, in plain language, that official verdicts and actual truth are not the same thing. That evidence can be ignored. That the official answer is not necessarily the right answer. It is using the most famous wrongful verdict in recent American history as a framing device for a fictional mystery, and it is doing this in a special episode dedicated to the mystery itself. The show knows that the official answer is a choice, not a conclusion. It acknowledges this openly, and then moves on, daring you to keep pulling at the thread. An early draft of the script had Barney Gumble as the shooter. The writers considered this seriously enough to develop it, and were only deterred by uncertainty about what to do with Barney's character long-term. They had considered sending him to prison, but couldn't build a coherent plan around it. The Barney possibility was abandoned. But its existence confirms what the alternate Smithers ending also confirms. The answer to who shot Mr. Burns was not predetermined by the clues. The clues were retrofitted around whatever answer the writers eventually chose. The mystery was reverse-engineered from the solution rather than constructed toward it. There is one final point that never gets asked, and it should. In a town where every single person had motive, where dozens of people were visibly carrying weapons at a public meeting, where the victim had just stolen the sun, how is it possible that only one person acted? Springfield is not a population known for restraint. These are people who form angry mobs over trivial misunderstandings. They have destroyed their own town hall over a misidentified bear. But when Burns blocks out the literal sun and threatens the survival of every living thing in the community, only one shot is fired. Either Springfield's population was significantly more restrained than their entire history would suggest, or the shooting was not as spontaneous as the official story presents it. The official answer is Maggie Simpson. The writers stand behind it. But the contest nobody won, the clues that Burns himself dismissed as meaningless, the alternate endings, the unexamined confession in season 18, and the final shot of Maggie alone in an empty room, moving her pacifier like a trigger she already knows the weight of all of it, suggests that the greatest mystery in Simpsons history was never solved. It was closed. And in Springfield, those are two very different things. Section 5. The immortality of Mr. Burns. Too expensive to die. There is a question about The Simpsons that sounds like a joke until you actually try to answer it, and then it stops being funny almost entirely. How is Mr. Burns still alive? This is not a question about cartoon physics. Within the show's own established canon within the rules of Springfield's universe, as defined by the episodes themselves, Charles Montgomery Burns is a medical impossibility. And the show has not attempted to hide this. It has, in fact, laid out the evidence with remarkable thoroughness across dozens of episodes, as though daring you to add it all up. Burns's age has been stated, implied, and contradicted across dozens of episodes, but every version of the timeline places his birth somewhere in the late 1800s. He has referenced personal memories from before the turn of the 20th century. He has told first-hand stories about events from the 1910s and 1920s. He has described working relationships with historical figures who died before most of the show's audience was born. He attended Yale. He served in World War II, in a capacity that was morally questionable at best. He stole a $1 trillion bill from the United States government during the war and kept it hidden for decades. He referenced the Gilded Age not as something he read about in a history book, but as a period he experienced. He has mentioned the Spanish-American War as something within his living memory. By the most conservative estimate, Burns is well over 100 years old. By the most expansive reading of the show's continuity, he might be approaching 140. And he is not just alive, he is functioning at a level of cognitive and strategic sophistication that most people would struggle to maintain at 60. He runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation. He manipulates municipal politics. He orchestrates schemes that require sustained cognitive effort, long-term planning, and a working understanding of modern finance, technology, and law. His body is frail, his physical strength is almost non-existent, and the show has depicted him being defeated in physical contests by characters significantly weaker than himself. But his mind is razor-sharp. Burns is arguably the most strategically intelligent character in Springfield, and he has been operating at that level for longer than any human being should be capable of sustained consciousness. The show addresses the mechanism of his survival directly in The Springfield Files. Burns undergoes a weekly medical regimen so extreme that it causes his body to emit a visible green glow. The treatment keeps him alive for exactly 7 more days. Without it, he dies. The margin for error is 0. His life is maintained not through natural biological processes, but through a recurring medical intervention that must be administered on a precise weekly schedule. Miss one treatment and the system collapses. Burns's continued existence is not a biological fact. It's a logistical achievement, and the treatment involves radiation. This is the detail that connects Burns's personal survival to the broader contamination theory. The man who owns a nuclear power plant, whose facility has been leaking radioactive material into Springfield's environment for decades, is personally dependent on controlled radiation exposure to sustain his own biological functions. Burns isn't just profiting from radiation, he is powered by it. His body has been so fundamentally altered by proximity to nuclear material accumulated over more than a century of exposure that it can no longer sustain itself through ordinary cellular processes. He requires external radiation input the way a healthy person requires food and water. Remove the input and his system shuts down within a week. This explains one of the most famous scenes in the show's history, a scene that most viewers have encountered in isolation as a standalone comedic moment. Burns visits a doctor who informs him that he has every disease known to medical science. Every single one, simultaneously. The doctor explains that Burns's diseases exist in a state of perfect biological equilibrium, each one present in his body, each one blocking the others from progressing, creating a kind of medical gridlock where nothing can kill him because everything is trying to kill him at once. The doctor calls this Three Stooges syndrome. Three people trying to fit through a doorway simultaneously, and none of them getting through. Burns is, according to this diagnosis, the sickest man in the United States and functionally indestructible, because the very multiplicity of his illnesses protects him from any single one gaining dominance. This is played for laughs. It's one of the most quoted scenes in the show. But if you accept the radiation theory, it makes a horrifying kind of sense. Burns's body is not maintaining this equilibrium through any natural process. The weekly radiation treatments are doing it. They don't cure his diseases, they manage them. They hold every illness in a precise state of stasis, balanced against every other illness, preventing any single condition from advancing to the point of fatal dominance. It's not medicine in any conventional sense. It's nuclear maintenance. Burns's body is a reactor, and his weekly treatments are the equivalent of adjusting the control rods to prevent a meltdown. Smithers is not just a devoted assistant. Within this reading, Smithers is the single most important person in Burns's life, not emotionally, though the emotional dimension of their relationship is extensively documented by the show, but biologically. Smithers manages Burns's schedule. Smithers ensures Burns makes every weekly appointment. Smithers monitors Burns's physical condition with a vigilance that the show has depicted repeatedly as bordering on obsession. And the show has established across multiple episodes that if Smithers were ever removed from his position, Burns would be helpless in ways that go well beyond administrative inconvenience. Without Smithers managing the treatment schedule, Burns would miss a dose. The equilibrium would collapse. Every illness in his body would surge forward simultaneously, each one no longer held in check by the others, and Burns would die of everything at once. Smithers's devotion to Burns is genuine and complicated and extensively explored by the show. But underneath the emotional devotion is a physical reality. Smithers knows what happens if he leaves. He has structured his entire existence around ensuring that it doesn't. His loyalty is not purely chosen. It is, in part, enforced by the knowledge that his absence is a death sentence for the man he serves. Burns's connection to historical events adds another dimension to the question of his survival that the show introduces and then consistently refuses to fully answer. The Burns family dynasty, as depicted across multiple episodes, is not a modern creation. It is one of the oldest and most consistently powerful lineages in American history. The Burns family wealth predates the Industrial Revolution. The family tree extends back centuries. They were not merely wealthy, they were the kind of wealthy that shapes nations, builds infrastructure, and then charges everyone else to use it. The kind of wealthy that exists so far above the structures of legal accountability that those structures become theoretical rather than practical. Burns inherited this legacy and has been extending it for well over a century. He didn't build an empire from scratch. He took control of one that was already ancient and kept it running. And the question that the show raises but never answers is whether the current Burns is unique in his longevity, or whether the Burns dynasty has always found ways to extend its hold on power beyond the normal limits of human lifespan. If the current Burns has survived for over 100 years through artificial means, weekly radiation treatments, private medical research, a pharmaceutical division synthesizing experimental compounds, it is reasonable to ask whether previous members of the Burns family used analogous strategies in earlier eras. Before nuclear radiation existed as a technology, before modern medicine existed as a discipline, what resources would a sufficiently wealthy and sufficiently motivated person have had access to in order to extend their life beyond ordinary limits? The show doesn't answer this question, but it establishes that the Burns family has maintained continuous control of its fortune for longer than most American institutions have existed, and that kind of generational continuity does not happen through ordinary succession. It requires either extraordinary luck or extraordinary measures. Burns has also come closer to dying than almost any other character in the show's history. He has been shot. He has been hospitalized dozens of times. He has collapsed, fallen, been attacked, been poisoned, been abandoned in the wilderness, and every time he returns not through the cartoon resilience that protects Homer, not through the show's general indifference to consequences. Burns returns through infrastructure, through the machinery of extreme wealth that ensures there will always be resources available to reconstruct him, regardless of what happens to his physical body. Homer survives because the show needs him to. Burns survives because he spent a century building a system designed to ensure his survival regardless of circumstances. Homer's immortality is passive. Burns's immortality is engineered. Every dollar spent, every institution corrupted, every politician purchased, every doctor retained it, all serves the same purpose. Keep Burns alive. Keep the treatments coming. Keep the diseases in equilibrium. Keep the reactor running. And here is the final, most unsettling dimension of the Burns immortality question. Springfield needs Burns to survive. The town's economy is organized around the power plant. The power plant depends on Burns. Burns depends on his treatments. The treatments depend on the infrastructure that Burns's wealth maintains. It is a closed loop, a self-sustaining system where the man, the machine, and the money all feed each other in an endless cycle, and the disruption of any one element would collapse the whole. Springfield cannot kill Burns because Springfield cannot survive without him. And Burns cannot die, because dying would mean the system he constructed would finally have to answer for what it has done to the people living inside it. His survival is not just a personal interest. It is the structural requirement of a town that was built around him and cannot imagine existing without him. Mr. Burns is the oldest man in Springfield. He is kept alive by weekly radiation treatments, sustained by a fortune older than the nation, protected by a devoted employee whose loyalty is not purely voluntary, and surrounded by a population too cognitively compromised to ask why their employer glows in the dark and has personal memories of the Gilded Age. He's not immortal. He is something worse. He is too expensive to die, and Springfield will keep paying the bill for as long as Burns keeps the lights on, which, if his treatment schedule holds, will be forever. Section 6. The Principal and the Pauper. When Springfield voted to lie. There is one episode of The Simpsons that fans have argued about more bitterly, more consistently, and more passionately than almost any other episode in the show's history. Not because it's the worst episode, though many fans rank it among the lowest, but because it did something that no other episode in the show's run had done before or has done since. It showed you, in real time, the mechanism that makes all of Springfield possible. The episode is The Principal and the Pauper from Season 9. It aired on the 28th of September, 1997. The backlash was immediate and intense, and it has never fully subsided. 28 years later, this episode is still cited as a turning point the moment the show betrayed its own continuity, the moment the writers stopped caring, the moment the audience's trust was broken. But here's the case that the fans have been reading this episode backwards. It didn't break The Simpsons. It revealed what The Simpsons had always been. Here is what happens. Springfield Elementary holds an event honoring Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. During the celebration, a stranger walks in. He is a man nobody recognizes. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, the real Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam War veteran who was believed killed after being captured as a prisoner of war. He survived. He escaped. He came home, and he discovered that someone else had been living his life. The man Springfield has known as Principal Skinner for 2 decades is revealed to be an imposter. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. Before Vietnam, Tamzarian was a petty criminal, a directionless young man from the wrong side of every track, drafted into the army and assigned to the same unit as the real Skinner. When Skinner was captured and presumed dead, Tamzarian felt responsible. He traveled to Springfield to deliver the news of Skinner's death to his mother, Agnes. But when he arrived, Agnes assumed he was her son. She needed him to be her son. And Tamzarian, who had never been wanted by anyone, who had never had a family or an identity worth maintaining, went along with it. He became Seymour Skinner, took the name, took the rank, took the mother, took the life. He lived inside that stolen identity for 20 years, until the real Skinner walked through the door and the whole construction fell apart. Now comes the part that the fans found so disturbing, and that the theories find so illuminating. The town holds a meeting. The real Seymour Skinner is present. Armin Tamzarian is present. The truth is fully exposed, known to everyone in Springfield. And the town votes not on whether to prosecute, not on how to make restitution, not on what the right thing to do actually is. The town votes on whether to acknowledge the truth at all. The verdict is unanimous. They vote to keep the lie. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree establishing that the imposter is the real Skinner. The actual Seymour Skinner, the war hero who survived a prisoner of war camp and came home to find his identity stolen, is tied to a railroad car and physically removed from Springfield. And the judge makes it explicitly illegal to ever refer to the truth again, under penalty of punishment. Let that arrangement sit for a moment. A community has definitive, undeniable proof that one of its major public figures has been living under a stolen identity for 2 decades. The actual person whose identity was stolen is standing in the room, and the community's response is to exile the truth and criminalize any future reference to it. Fans were furious. Critics called it the worst episode in the series. Harry Shearer, who voices both Skinner and Burns, publicly expressed his displeasure. The episode is consistently ranked among the show's lowest points, and the common argument against it is that it destroyed Skinner's character by revealing that everything we knew about him, his military service, his relationship with Agnes, his entire personality was built on a fiction. But here is what that argument misses. The episode isn't an aberration from what Springfield is. It is a description of what Springfield has always been. Springfield has always operated this way. The town has always chosen the comfortable version of reality over the accurate one. The town has always agreed to forget whatever doesn't fit the preferred narrative. The only thing the principal and the pauper does differently from every other episode in the show's history is that it shows you the mechanism. It shows you the vote. It shows you the legal decree. It shows you the literal expulsion of truth from the community, performed openly, in front of everyone, by the town's own judicial authority. Every other time Springfield forgets a catastrophe, ignores a contradiction, or resets to normal after something world-altering happens, it happens off-screen. The episode ends, the next episode begins, and the town has simply moved on. Nobody explains it, nobody accounts for it. It is as though the forgetting occurs in the gap between episodes, in the space that the audience doesn't see. The Principal and the Pauper is the one episode where the show let you watch the forgetting happen in real time. And the audience, confronted with the machinery of Springfield's denial made visible, hated what they saw. Consider how many times Springfield has experienced events that should permanently alter its reality. The town has been physically destroyed and rebuilt. It has been invaded. It has been sealed under a government dome. It has survived nuclear near disasters and environmental catastrophes of civilizational scale. And every single time, by the next episode, everything has returned to normal. Nobody references the previous event. The slate is wiped clean with no explanation. The production term for this is episodic storytelling, the structural convention of long-running television shows where each episode exists largely in isolation, without permanent consequences carried forward. The coma theory calls it a dreaming brain resetting between cycles. The radiation theory calls it cognitive damage from chronic neurological contamination. The Principal and the Pauper offers a fourth explanation. Springfield resets because the town chooses to reset collectively, deliberately, through an unspoken social contract that says, we will not acknowledge what happened. We will maintain the agreed-upon version of events. We will treat the convenient story as truth, and anyone who insists on the inconvenient truth will be removed. This is not a cartoon trope. This is a documented social phenomenon. Small communities, in the real world, have a well-documented capacity for collective denial. Scandals get buried, crimes get minimized, uncomfortable facts get officially rewritten until the revised version is the only version that circulates publicly. The mechanisms are familiar: social pressure, institutional authority, the simple human preference for stability over accuracy. The Principal and the Pauper doesn't break the Simpsons. It diagnoses Springfield. It identifies the operational principle that makes every reset possible. The town doesn't forget because its residents are unusually stupid. The town forgets because it has made a collective decision that remembering is too costly. Follow the chain of implications. If Springfield acknowledged the dome from the movie, it would have to acknowledge the pollution. If it acknowledged the pollution, it would have to confront the power plant. If it confronted the power plant, it would have to challenge Burns. If it challenged Burns, the economy would destabilize. If the economy destabilized, the town would face consequences it has no infrastructure to manage, so the town forgets. It votes to forget. It passes legal ordinances protecting the forgetting. And anyone who remembers too much, anyone who insists on the truth over the agreed-upon version, gets tied to a train. The real Seymour Skinner was Springfield's canary in the coal mine. He arrived carrying proof that the official narrative was false, and the town's response was not to thank him. The town's response was to exile him and make his existence illegal. If the coma theory is true, this episode carries an additional layer that is almost unbearable to look at directly. If everything since season 4 is Homer's dream, then Homer's unconscious mind created a scenario where an entire town votes to sustain a lie, because that is what Homer needs to believe is possible. He needs to believe that a stolen identity can become real through collective agreement. He needs to believe that the fake version of a life can replace the real one, and that nobody will ever successfully challenge it. Because that is what Homer's coma is: a fake life replacing a real one, a dream passing itself off as reality, maintained by the absolute refusal of anyone inside the dream to acknowledge what it actually is. As long as the Dreamtown of Springfield keeps voting to maintain the fiction, Homer never has to face what is outside it. The Principal and the Pauper is the most important episode in The Simpsons, not because it's the best, but because it's the most honest. It shows you the infrastructure of Springfield's impossible stability. It shows you the mechanism that makes every reset, every forgotten catastrophe, every impossible continuity possible. It shows you the social machinery that allows a town full of mutants to insist they're ordinary people, a man in a coma to insist he's awake, and a community built on lies to punish anyone willing to speak the truth. Armin Tamzarian is still pretending to be Seymour Skinner. Springfield is still pretending everything is fine. And the real Seymour Skinner is out there somewhere, tied to a train that was last seen heading away from a town that made honesty illegal. The last honest man in a community that outlawed honesty. Section 7. Maggie Simpson, the most powerful person on Evergreen Terrace. Let's talk about the quietest member of the Simpson family. Maggie Simpson doesn't speak. She doesn't walk reliably. She communicates primarily through the movement of her pacifier and, occasionally, a look of such focused intensity that the person on the receiving end of it tends to take a small, involuntary step backward. She is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years, and in that time, without saying a single word, she has accomplished more than every other member of her family combined. She shot a billionaire. She led a daycare rebellion against an authoritarian caretaker, organizing an insurrection with the precision of someone who has read extensively about guerrilla tactics. She has saved her family from life-threatening situations on multiple occasions. She has demonstrated problem-solving abilities that would be remarkable in an adult and are genuinely extraordinary in an infant. She has been tested for intelligence and found to possess cognitive capacity that standard measurements cannot adequately quantify. And through all of it, every remarkable act, every demonstration of capability, every moment where she quietly resolved something that the adults around her couldn't, she has maintained her silence. Not because she can't speak, because she chooses not to. Let's begin with the shooting, because it's the act most associated with her in public consciousness, though it's actually among the least interesting things she's done. We've already examined the full evidence around who shot Mr. Burns and why the official verdict is less airtight than the show presents it. But the aftermath of that verdict is worth considering specifically in relation to Maggie. A baby was identified as the person who shot the wealthiest man in town. The police investigated. The evidence was assessed. The conclusion was, yes, this infant committed an act of violence against a powerful adult, and there is nothing to be done about it. Chief Wiggum's summary is exact. No jury in the world would convict a baby, and the case was closed. But the final shot of the episode, Maggie, alone in a room after everyone else has left, checking her surroundings carefully to confirm nobody is watching, and then moving her pacifier in a slow, deliberate motion that precisely mimics pulling a trigger, is the image that stays with you. That sequence of actions requires several cognitive capacities that simply do not appear in the developmental profile of a typical 1 year old. It requires situational awareness, the recognition that she is being watched, and the ability to wait for that observation to end. It requires memory, the recall of a specific physical action from a previous moment, and the ability to reproduce it accurately. It requires caution, the deliberate choice to perform the action only when observation has been confirmed to be absent. And it requires impulse control, the ability to suppress the desire to perform the action until the conditions are safe. These are not infant traits. They are strategic traits. They belong to someone who understands that what they have done carries significance, who understands that demonstrating awareness of that significance in front of others would create consequences, and who has decided that private acknowledgement is the optimal response to the situation. A baby who accidentally picked up a gun and set it off would not behave this way. A baby who understood exactly what she had done and had decided exactly who would and wouldn't be allowed to see that understanding would. The Longest Daycare, the theatrical short film released in 2012 and nominated for an Academy Award, is the most concentrated demonstration of Maggie's cognitive profile that the show has ever produced. It is 7 minutes long. In those 7 minutes, Maggie is dropped at a daycare facility run with authoritarian efficiency, encounters a caterpillar she wants to protect from a bully named Gerald, and executes a multi-stage operation to get the caterpillar safely out of the facility and into the open air. She does this without speaking. She does it through observation of the environment, identification of threats, development of strategy, improvisation when the strategy encounters obstacles, and execution of a sequence of actions that requires timing, spatial reasoning, and the ability to predict other characters' behavior several moves ahead. Her body cannot keep up with her mind. She falls constantly. She crawls when she would need to run. Her motor control is genuinely that of an infant, but her decision-making is essentially flawless throughout the short. Every choice is correct. Every adaptation is effective. Every prediction about how the adults and the bully will behave proves accurate. She is operating at a cognitive level that her body cannot physically support, and she succeeds anyway because her intelligence compensates for every limitation her physiology imposes. The show has tested Maggie's intelligence directly across several episodes, with results that vary in their specific figures but converge on the same conclusion. Maggie is not a normal infant. In certain episodes, her measured intelligence registers as extraordinary, beyond the capacity of the tests being used to measure it. The show presents this as a quick joke and moves on, but the pattern is consistent across years of episodes, and the implication is clear. There is something operating behind those enormous eyes that the standard developmental framework for 1-year-olds cannot account for. So why doesn't she speak? The theory that makes the most sense when you consider the evidence is that Maggie's silence is not developmental delay. It is a strategic choice made by a mind intelligent enough to understand the value of not being seen. Look at what happens to the intelligent women in the Simpson family. Lisa Simpson is brilliant. She is, by the show's own account, a genius possessing an IQ that dwarfs everyone in her household and most of the adults in Springfield. And what has that intelligence produced for her? Isolation, dismissal, mockery. Lisa speaks up and gets ignored. Lisa challenges authority and gets punished. Lisa tries to improve the world around her and gets worn down by the resistance of a community that has decided collectively that improvement is not what it wants. Lisa's intelligence is her most defining trait and the source of her deepest unhappiness because she wears it on the outside. She announces herself as the smartest person in the room, and the room responds by ensuring she understands how little that matters. Maggie watched this happen. She has been watching it happen from the day she was born. She watched her sister fight for recognition, day after day, and receive nothing but resistance. She observed the dynamic with the attentiveness of someone cataloging information about a hostile environment, and she arrived at a conclusion that Lisa, for all her intelligence, has never managed to reach. Silence is armor. The less you announce yourself, the more you can accomplish. The less attention you attract, the more freedom you have to act. The most effective position in an environment that punishes intelligence is to appear to be exactly what the environment expects: passive, helpless, dependent while doing everything that matters in the margins, in the spaces where nobody is watching. Think about the pattern. Every time Maggie does something remarkable, the response from the family and the community is not recognition. The response is the absence of recognition. Nobody notices. The investigation into Burns's shooting focused on every adult in Springfield before anyone seriously considered the baby. The daycare rebellion succeeded because infants are not monitored carefully enough to detect organization. Every heroic act, every demonstration of extraordinary capability, Every moment when Maggie saves the situation, it happens below the radar, in precisely the spaces that nobody is paying attention to. And Maggie has ensured that nobody pays attention to her by maintaining the most effective disguise available, the complete performance of normalcy. She pretends to be exactly what a one-year-old is expected to be, and the world, relieved to find something that matches its expectations, stops looking. Now, place this alongside the radiation theory. If Springfield's contaminated environment produces mutations, and if those mutations express differently in different individuals, then Maggie may represent the extreme positive end of a distribution that has Homer at the extreme negative end. Homer's mutation reduced his intelligence to a level that qualifies as a clinical disability. Maggie's mutation amplified her cognition to levels that standard measurement cannot capture. Same environmental cause, same family, same contaminated water, same irradiated air. Two completely different outcomes. Homer is what happens when mutation takes something away. Maggie is what happens when mutation gives something back and then some. They are two sides of the same radioactive equation. If the coma theory is true, Maggie's extraordinary intelligence takes on an emotional dimension that reshapes the entire theory. If Homer is dreaming, if every episode is his unconscious mind maintaining a simulation of the family he can't reach, then Maggie's brilliance is not a mutation, it's a prayer. It's the deepest hope that a father's sleeping mind can generate for the child he cannot protect. He cannot watch her grow up. He cannot see who she becomes. He cannot be there when she speaks her first sentence, or takes her first real steps, or discovers what she's capable of. So in the dream, he makes her extraordinary. He gives her an intelligence that transcends her age. He makes her capable of protecting herself, capable of handling whatever the world presents, capable of things that no baby should be able to do because in the dream, his youngest child doesn't need him to be there. She is already everything she needs to be. Her genius, in the coma reading, is a father's prayer expressed in the only medium available to him, the structure of the dream itself. But back in Springfield, in the waking version of the show, if such a thing exists, there is a darker reading available. Maggie doesn't speak because she has watched what speaking gets you in this town. She doesn't reveal her intelligence because intelligence is not rewarded in Springfield. It is managed, it is dismissed, it is, in Lisa's case, made to feel like a burden. Maggie watches everything. She remembers everything. She processes everything, and she waits. The show has never revealed what she's waiting for. It has given us glimpses: a shot fired, a daycare organized, a family saved, but the full picture of what Maggie intends to do with everything she's been storing behind, 36 years of silence, remains the last genuinely unsolved mystery of the Simpson family. She is the only character whose future is completely unknown. The show has sketched futures for Bart and Lisa, flash-forwards, what-if episodes, glimpses of adulthood. But Maggie remains opaque. Her potential has been hinted at but never realized. Her endgame has been alluded to but never stated. What we know is this: she shot the most powerful man in Springfield when she was a few months old. She organized a successful insurrection in a supervised facility before she could walk. She has solved problems that defeated every adult around her. She has the judgment that the family trusts implicitly, even when they can't articulate why, and she is still waiting. Behind the pacifier, behind the enormous eyes, behind 36 years of deliberate, strategic, chosen silence, something is thinking. Something is watching the family and the town with a patience and an intelligence that nobody suspects and that nobody is equipped to contain. When Maggie finally decides to act, when she finally breaks her silence and shows Springfield what has been accumulating behind that blank baby expression for 36 years, nobody will see it coming. That's exactly how she planned it. Section 8. The predictions. How a cartoon keeps getting the future right? The phenomenon of The Simpsons predictions is one of the strangest ongoing stories in the history of popular culture. It resurfaces every few months, when a screenshot from a decades-old episode appears online alongside a recent news headline, and the response is always the same mix of genuine amazement and half-serious conspiracy thinking. How does a cartoon show from 1989 keep getting things right? Are the writers receiving information from somewhere outside the normal flow of time? Is there a conspiracy? Is The Simpsons some kind of encoded prophetic text disguised as a comedy? The most famous example, and the one that launched this particular cultural conversation into the mainstream, appeared in the year 2000. An episode depicting a future America showed Lisa Simpson as the first female president of the United States. In that same episode, Lisa's predecessor in the Oval Office was identified as Donald Trump. The episode aired 16 years before Trump won the 2016 election. 16 years before it happened, a writer's room in Los Angeles decided that the funniest possible joke about the absurd trajectory of American celebrity politics was a Trump presidency, and they were right not just about the humor, but about the reality. The list of apparently accurate predictions extends far beyond Trump. In 1995, the show depicted a device worn on the wrist that displayed information and allowed communication, something that reads, in retrospect, like a description of a smartwatch. In 1994, Homer traveled to space with Buzz Aldrin, decades before commercial space tourism became a practical reality. In 1998, Homer discovered a mathematical equation in a background chalkboard gag that mathematicians later identified as appearing to predict the mass of the Higgs boson particle, a value that wouldn't be experimentally confirmed until 2012, 14 years later. In 1999, Homer proposed a theory about the universe being shaped like a donut, and years later, cosmologists found radiation patterns in the cosmic microwave background suggesting the universe might actually be toroidal. In 1993, an episode depicted a flu virus originating in Asia, spreading to Springfield, causing mass panic, panic buying, and a frantic search for a cure. The episode aired 27 years before COVID-19. During the chaos of that fictional outbreak, the townspeople accidentally released a swarm of killer bees, which felt bizarrely resonant when Asian giant hornets, immediately dubbed murder hornets by American media, appeared in the United States during the actual 2020 pandemic. In 1996, the episode Homer Palooza included a joke about the hip-hop group Cypress Hill accidentally booking the London Symphony Orchestra. That exact collaboration actually happened in 2024, 28 years later, when Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. In 1998, the show depicted Disney acquiring 20th Century Fox, which actually happened in 2019. Across multiple episodes spanning many seasons, the show depicted video calling technology, autocorrect errors, and pervasive surveillance culture years before any of these became ordinary features of daily life. The list is long enough to fill its own dedicated video, and every time a new apparent prediction surfaces, the response is the same. How did they know? The answer, according to the people who actually make the show, is considerably less exciting than any conspiracy theory. Al Jean, who has been an executive producer since the show's earliest seasons, has addressed the prediction phenomenon directly multiple times. His explanation is blunt. If you throw enough darts, you're going to get some bullseyes. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes across 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, references, and satirical observations about American culture, technology, politics, and society. When you generate that volume of content over that length of time, some of it is going to align with future events through sheer statistical probability. Producer Bill Oakley, who ran the show during several of its strongest seasons, put it plainly: there are very few cases where the show actually predicted something. Most of it is coincidence, because the episodes are old enough that history repeats itself. Fact-checking organizations have systematically worked through the most popular claimed predictions, and the findings are consistent. Most of the apparent predictions have mundane explanations, and many of them are significantly less specific than social media presentation makes them appear. The framing that accompanies viral screenshots tends to sharpen the resemblance between the fictional depiction and the real event, emphasizing similarities and minimizing differences. Many of the supposed predictions are based on trends that were already clearly in motion when the episodes were written. The writers didn't predict Trump's presidency from nothing. They observed that Trump had been publicly toying with the idea of running for political office since the late 1980s, and they wrote a joke about the logical extreme of celebrity politics. They didn't predict the Disney-Fox merger from thin air. They observed that media consolidation was accelerating and wrote a gag about a mega-corporation swallowing its competitors. They didn't predict smartwatches. They observed that technology was getting smaller and more personal and imagined what a wrist-mounted computer might eventually look like. The Simpsons writing staff has historically been among the most educated in the history of American television. Multiple writers hold advanced degrees from Harvard, Yale, and other research universities. Many have backgrounds in mathematics, science, computer science, economics, and political theory. These are not people making random guesses. They are highly educated, closely attentive observers of American culture who spend their professional lives studying trends, analyzing patterns, and pushing current trajectories to their logical extremes. The jokes that look like predictions are, in most cases, extrapolations from present conditions, the product of careful observation rather than any special access to future information. But here is where the honest analysis has to acknowledge something. The debunking explains most of the predictions, and it doesn't explain all of them. Some of the coincidences are specific enough and precise enough in their detail that statistical probability starts to feel like an insufficient framework. The Trump prediction didn't just forecast that a celebrity might seek the presidency, it named Trump specifically. The episode depicted him descending an escalator in a sequence that visually mirrors the announcement he made in 2015. The Siegfried and Roy episode, which depicted a white tiger attacking one of its trainers, was not a general prediction about the dangers of exotic animals. It depicted specifically the kind of performer, the specific type of animal, and the specific nature of the attack that actually occurred in 2003. When Roy Horn was critically injured by one of their tigers during a live performance, these are not vague trend extrapolations. These are specific alignments between fictional depiction and real event that sit in a different category from broad satirical observations about the direction of American culture. This is where the most interesting theory about the predictions comes in. A theory that doesn't require time travel or conspiracy, but that is, in its own way, more profound than either. The Simpsons doesn't predict the future. The Simpsons shapes the future. Not through magic, not through prophecy, through cultural influence. The show is one of the most watched, most quoted, most deeply embedded pieces of American media in the history of the medium. It has been running for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. Its language has become part of everyday American speech. Its observations have become part of how Americans understand their own culture. Its characters have become shorthand for human archetypes that people use in conversation constantly without thinking about it. When The Simpsons makes a joke about Trump becoming president, that joke enters the cultural bloodstream. Millions of people see it. It becomes a reference point, something people say at parties, share in online conversations, recall when Trump appears in the news. The joke doesn't predict the future. The joke makes the future feel familiar. It primes the cultural imagination. It takes an idea that might have felt shocking or impossible and presents it as the inevitable punchline to an obvious joke, so that when the reality arrives, the response isn't horror or surprise. The response is recognition. We've seen this. The Simpsons already did this. And that recognition isn't evidence of prophecy, it's evidence of normalization. The show's satire doesn't forecast events. It makes events feel like they were always going to happen. And when they do happen, the cultural memory of the satirical depiction creates the sense of prophecy retrospectively. Springfield doesn't reflect America. America, over 36 years of relentless satire, has become Springfield. The show held up a mirror, and we stared into it for so long that we started to resemble what we saw. The corrupt billionaire operating above accountability. The nuclear plant poisoning the surrounding environment. The incompetent government failing to protect the people it serves. The population too distracted to notice how comprehensively they're being exploited. The endless cycle of catastrophe and reset that allows the same mistakes to happen generation after generation. Springfield wasn't a prediction of where America was heading. Springfield was a diagnosis of where America already was, rendered in the sharpest satirical terms available. The show just wrote it down first. And here is the final piece of the prediction phenomenon that makes it genuinely unsettling even for people who understand the mechanism completely. The Simpsons has also made thousands of jokes that didn't come true. Jokes about jetpacks and moon colonies and technological futures that never materialized. Jokes about political outcomes that went entirely the other way. Jokes about cultural shifts that never happened. Nobody screenshots those. Nobody shares them on social media. Nobody builds theories around the hundreds of predictions that failed, because confirmation bias operates in only one direction. We remember the hits. We forget the misses. When you produce 788 episodes containing tens of thousands of satirical observations about the trajectory of American culture, and then you filter those observations through the most powerful confirmation bias amplifier ever created, which is the internet, and specifically the way social media rewards surprising content, you end up with a highlight reel that looks, to the casual observer, like prophecy. The hits get shared, the misses get forgotten. The ratio of hits to misses is actually unremarkable. The visibility of the hits is extraordinary. The predictions are not supernatural. They are not conspiratorial. They are the natural consequence of a brilliantly staffed show running for an impossibly long time, producing more satirical content about American culture than any other program in television history, and having that content filtered through a confirmation bias engine of unprecedented scale and reach. The Simpsons didn't predict the future. The Simpsons wrote enough possible futures that some of them were statistically bound to arrive, and the ones that arrived are the only ones that anyone remembers. But try explaining that to someone the next time a clip from 1997 aligns perfectly with a headline from this week. Because even knowing exactly how the trick works, there is something in the precision of certain matches that gives you pause. A moment where the gap between extrapolation and prophecy feels narrower than it should. A moment where the writing staff's gift for observation seems to have touched something beyond observation. Maybe that's the real mystery of the predictions. Not that they happen, but that even when you understand why they happen, a few of them still feel like they shouldn't be explainable. Section 9. Mona Simpson. The conspiracy that broke 3 generations. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. That was the official story. Abe Simpson told Homer his mother had passed when Homer was young. He showed Homer a grave. Homer mourned, and grew up believing he was a boy whose mother died and whose father was too emotionally remote to fill the gap she left. That belief shaped everything about Homer Simpson. His desperate need to be liked, his clinginess toward Marge, his terror of abandonment, his willingness to absorb humiliation from his employer rather than risk losing the stability of his job. His compulsive need for the approval of people who repeatedly demonstrate they don't care about him. Every behavioral pattern that defines Homer as a character is, at its root, a coping mechanism for maternal loss. He became the person he is because he grew up believing his mother left him, not by choice, not for a reason that had nothing to do with him, but through death. Through simple, final, non-negotiable absence. In Season 7, the show revealed that the loss was a lie. The episode is called Mother Simpson. It aired on the 19th of November, 1995, and it is widely considered among the greatest episodes in the series not because it's funny, though it has its moments, but because it is genuinely emotionally devastating in a way that few episodes of any sitcom ever achieve. Homer, attempting to fake his own death to avoid working on a Saturday, pushes a dummy off a cliff near the power plant. The town believes he's dead. When Marge insists he correct the official record, Homer visits the Hall of Records and discovers something that changes his life. According to municipal records, his mother is alive. She never died. The grave Abe showed him was not her grave at all. It was the grave of Walt Whitman, the poet. Abe had been using a famous writer's headstone as a stand-in for his wife's burial site, telling Homer his mother rested there when, in fact, she was still alive somewhere in the world, being mourned by a son who had no idea she was out there. Homer finds Mona at a cemetery, visiting what she believes is her son's grave. She doesn't recognize him immediately. He's changed, grown, become the person he became in her absence. But when Homer proves who he is, they have a reunion that is one of the most quietly wrenching scenes the show has ever produced. A middle-aged man and his elderly mother meeting for the first time in 27 years beside a headstone that belongs to neither of them. And then Mona explains why she left. The story begins in 1969. Mona Simpson was a housewife married to Abe, raising a young son named Homer, living an ordinary life in Springfield, while the world outside was consumed by protest, counterculture, and the Vietnam War. She was unremarkable. She had no particular ambitions beyond her family. And then something changed. She encountered the activism of the era and was radicalized by it, not in a way the show treats as naive or misguided, but in a way it presents as genuinely responding to a genuine injustice. She joined a group of activists, and that group targeted a biological weapons laboratory owned by Mr. Burns. Hold that for a moment. Mr. Burns. The same Mr. Burns who owns the nuclear power plant. The same Mr. Burns who has been poisoning Springfield's water supply for decades also owned, in 1969, a facility designed to produce biological weapons. A germ warfare laboratory in Springfield. The same town where families were raising children and drinking water from the same river where Blinky the three-eyed fish would later be discovered. Burns was manufacturing weaponized pathogens in the community he nominally served, and nobody in Springfield knew about it. Mona and her group broke in. They detonated what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, destroying the biological agents stored in the facility. During the raid, they accidentally cured the asthma of the security guard Clancy Wiggum, the man who would later become Springfield's chief of police. The raid succeeded. The agents were destroyed. But Mona made one mistake. As the group fled, she stopped to help someone who had been knocked down in the chaos. That someone was Mr. Burns himself. She stopped to help the man whose weapons she had just destroyed, and Burns looked up and saw her face. He identified her. He reported her to the FBI. From that moment forward, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She couldn't go home. She couldn't contact her family. She couldn't hold her son or explain to him why she was leaving. She kissed Homer goodbye while he slept and disappeared into the night. For 27 years. Homer woke up, and his mother was gone. His father told him she was dead. And Homer spent the next 3 decades of his life believing that he was the kind of son a mother would rather die than raise, that there was something fundamental about him that made people leave. He built his entire identity around this wound, and the wound was based on a lie. Now here is where the conspiracy extends beyond Mona's personal history. Burns didn't just identify Mona to the FBI. He pursued her actively, for decades. When Mona finally returns to Springfield in Season 7, Burns recognizes her almost immediately, spotting her through a cab window, calling the authorities, forcing the FBI to show up at the Simpson house. Mona has to flee again. Homer has to say goodbye to his mother for the second time, with full knowledge this time of why she's leaving and with full knowledge of who forced her out. The man responsible for destroying Homer's family is Homer's own employer. Homer works for Burns. Homer has worked for Burns his entire adult life. He earns his paycheck, pays his mortgage, raises his children, lives his life from the money that Burns pays him, the same Burns who sent his mother underground when Homer was a child. The same Burns who ensured that Homer would grow up without a mother, emotionally broken in ways that would take decades to trace back to their source. Homer doesn't connect these facts. He doesn't confront Burns. He doesn't quit. He doesn't even appear to fully register the connection between the billionaire who signs his checks and the billionaire who destroyed his family. His inability to make this connection isn't presented as a joke. In the quieter moments of the episode, it reads as tragedy, a man so cognitively limited by a combination of radiation exposure, physical brain damage, and the cumulative effects of a difficult life that he cannot see the architecture of his own suffering. The conspiracy tightens further in a later episode, when a separate storyline reveals that Burns committed a crime that Grandpa discovered. In exchange for Grandpa's silence, Burns guaranteed that Homer would always have a job at the plant, no matter how many mistakes he made, no matter how incompetent his performance, no matter how many times standard employment practice would have resulted in his termination. The show has documented 742 separate workplace errors. Homer was never permanently dismissed because the deal protected him. His job security, which has always seemed like a convenient cartoon necessity, was in fact a contractual obligation between his father and his mother's persecutor. Homer's employment at the plant is not a coincidence, and it's not a matter of Burns being forgetful about who works for him. It's the outcome of a specific, secret agreement made between two men who each had something the other needed, in a transaction that Homer was never told about and has never understood. Burns broke Homer's family deliberately. By driving Mona away when Homer was a child, he ensured that Homer would grow up emotionally damaged, desperate for approval, incapable of challenging authority, terrified of abandonment, dependent on whatever stability he could find. He created, in the young Homer Simpson, exactly the kind of employee a facility like the Springfield nuclear power plant requires. A man who will not ask inconvenient questions, will not notice dangerous conditions, and will endure any amount of mistreatment because the alternative Being alone, being unloved, being abandoned again is worse than any job. Homer doesn't work at the power plant because he couldn't find anything better. Homer works at the power plant because Burns broke him as a child. Because what I said him, and the broken version of Homer is precisely what the plant needs to continue operating in the way that it does. The show proved what Homer could have been in the episode where his crayon is removed. Without the crayon, Homer is intelligent, articulate, and capable of understanding the world around him with genuine clarity. He can see Springfield for what it is. He can see his job for what it is. He can see the connection between the man who employs him and the man who stole his mother. And seeing it clearly makes his life unbearable. So he chooses not to see it. But the choice was always rigged. Homer was never meant to be capable of that kind of clarity in Springfield. Burns made sure of it when Homer was 6 years old and his mother disappeared in the night. The fog that Homer lives in is not an accident of biology. It is the intended outcome of a deliberate act committed by the most powerful man in Springfield, sustained by the environment that powerful man created, and maintained by a family that made deals they were too afraid to explain to the person most affected by them. Mona Simpson died in a later season. Her death scene is one of the show's most restrained and most affecting moments. Homer sits beside her. He holds her hand. He watches the mother he barely knew slip away for the last time. No joke lands. No cutaway rescues the moment. Just a man and his mother and the specific, irretrievable weight of 27 stolen years pressing down on both of them at once. The Simpsons is a comedy. It has always been a comedy. But underneath the comedy, underneath the slapstick, the satire, the couch gags, the catchphrases, there is a story about a family that was systematically dismantled by one man's power and one town's inability to resist it. Mona fought back and lost everything. Abe made a deal with the enemy and buried the truth. Homer inherited the consequences and spent his life not understanding why everything felt so heavy. And Burns won. Burns always wins. Because in Springfield, the man with the money writes the rules. And the rules say that the people who challenge those rules lose everything, while the people who accept them lose only themselves. Homer was broken before he ever clocked in. Section 10, where is Springfield? The town that exists everywhere and nowhere. Springfield is the most famous fictional town in American history. More people can name Springfield than can name the capital of a significant portion of the actual states in the actual country. It has a nuclear power plant, a tire fire, a gorge, a harbor, a monorail, an elementary school, a prison, 2 hospitals, and a quick E-Mart. It has mountains and oceans and deserts and farmland and forests, often within apparently close proximity to each other. It borders the states of Ohio, Nevada, Maine, and Kentucky, depending on which episode you're watching. It is located on the coast. It is also located in the heartland. It is near the Canadian border. It is also near Mexico. Springfield does not exist in any single state because it exists in all of them simultaneously. And this is not an accident. It is one of the most carefully maintained and consistently enforced decisions in the show's entire history. The show has been deliberately contradicting itself about Springfield's location for its entire run. Every time a detail appears that seems to narrow the possibilities, another detail appears in a different episode that closes off that possibility. In one episode, Springfield is in the north. In another, it's in the south. Lisa's area code appears to begin with 636, which is a Missouri code. The state abbreviation shown in one episode is NT, not a real abbreviation for any American state. When Homer calls the state capital in one episode, the voice on the other end identifies the state as one that starts with a vowel, which eliminates some options while leaving dozens of others. The show teases answers and then removes them, over and over, for 36 years. Matt Groening, the show's creator, addressed the question directly in a 2012 interview with Smithsonian Magazine. He said he named the town after Springfield, Oregon, where he grew up, that he chose the name because Springfield is one of the most common city names in America, and because he wanted the location to feel universally familiar rather than geographically specific. For approximately 48 hours, the mystery appeared to be solved. Springfield was in Oregon. And then the show continued, and subsequent episodes placed Springfield in geographic contexts entirely inconsistent with Oregon. The writers didn't honor Groening's confession. They kept the contradiction alive because, as the show itself has repeatedly demonstrated, the contradiction is the point. Springfield's geographic impossibility is not a bug. It is the show's most sustained and most sophisticated joke. No real American city has oceanfront property, a mountain range, an active desert, a tropical climate, a blizzard season, and farmland all within driving distance of each other. The town is an architectural and geographic Frankenstein, stitched together from pieces of every American community that has ever existed. It has the industrial decay of the Rust Belt. It has the suburban sprawl of the Sun Belt. It has the small-town insularity of New England and the cultural blankness of the Midwest. It is everywhere. It is nowhere. It is the town you grew up in, regardless of where you actually grew up. This is the surface-level explanation, and it is true. Springfield is designed to feel universally recognizable to the broadest possible audience. It is built from the averaged components of American civic life, the landmarks, institutions, and geography that appear in some form in every American community. It is the average American town distilled to its essence, and its geographic impossibility is the price of that universality. You can't be everywhere without being in contradictory places. But under the framework of the theories we've been exploring, Springfield's geographic impossibility takes on a different dimension. If the radiation theory is true, if Springfield is a contamination zone where the normal rules of biology have been warped by decades of nuclear exposure, there is no obvious reason why the warping should stop at biology. If the people of Springfield can have 4 fingers and yellow skin and survive injuries that would kill anyone outside the contamination zone, why should the geography of the town itself follow the rules of ordinary American mapping? The radiation doesn't just affect biological systems. Maybe it affects the physical landscape. Maybe it has compressed geographic features, mountains, oceans, deserts that should be hundreds of miles apart into a single region that violates normal spatial logic. The town is physically impossible for the same reason its residents are biologically impossible, because the normal rules don't apply inside the contamination zone. If the coma theory is true, the geographic impossibility of Springfield is exactly what you'd expect from a dream. Homer's unconscious mind doesn't have a precise cartographic model of the United States stored in its memory. It has fragments, impressions, mountains from a family vacation he half remembers, oceans from a television commercial, desert from a movie he watched in high school, farmland from a drive-through moment he can't quite locate in time. His sleeping brain assembled Springfield from every American landscape he ever encountered, layering them without regard for geographic consistency. Because dreams don't follow maps. Dreams follow emotional logic. Springfield feels like America because it is made from Homer's scattered, incomplete, longing-held memory of America. And memory doesn't preserve distances. If the principle and the pauper theory is true, if Springfield operates through collective denial and the systematic suppression of inconvenient facts, then the town's refusal to have a fixed location is the ultimate expression of that principle. You cannot investigate a town that cannot be located. You cannot file federal charges against a nuclear power plant if the state it's located in keeps changing. You cannot hold anyone accountable for environmental contamination if the regulatory jurisdiction is perpetually undefined. Springfield's geographic uncertainty isn't just a comedy device, it is a legal shield. A town with no fixed location has no fixed regulatory authority, no consistent EPA oversight, no permanent state attorney general to investigate the facility's record. Springfield floats between states because floating is safer than landing. Landing means accountability. Landing means someone shows up with a badge and a jurisdiction and starts asking questions about the three-eyed fish and the cracked cooling towers and the billionaire who has personal memories of events from before the First World War. In the episode Behind the Laughter, a mockumentary from the show's 12th season, Springfield's location is finally given explicitly, except that in the original broadcast, the family is identified as being from northern Kentucky, while in syndicated reruns, the location was changed to a different state entirely. The definitive answer changed depending on which version of the episode you watched. The show gave you the truth and then altered the truth based on the platform. Even when Springfield has a concrete location, that location isn't stable. Every state in the country has been theorized as Springfield's home at some point. Every theory has supporting evidence. Every theory has contradicting evidence. The ambiguity is not a failure of continuity management. It is a deliberate, maintained, consistently enforced creative choice that has been honored by the production for 36 years. Springfield will never be definitively located, not because the writers can't decide, but because they decided long ago that Springfield is more useful as a question than as an answer. A town that could be anywhere is a town that belongs to everyone. A town that belongs to everyone cannot be shut down, cannot be fully investigated, cannot be held to the jurisdiction of any single authority. And maybe that's exactly the point. In a show about a town where power operates without accountability, where a billionaire can poison a community for decades without legal consequence, where truth can be criminalized by judicial decree, a town with no fixed address is the perfect setting. Nobody can find it to hold it responsible. It is everywhere and nowhere, just like the accountability that should have arrived long ago and somehow never has. Section 11, the floating timeline. Why nobody ages and what that actually means. We've arrived at the final mystery, the one that sits at the center of everything we've discussed tonight, like a black hole that every theory orbits without quite reaching. The floating timeline. The fact that nobody in Springfield ages, and what that fact actually means when you stop treating it as a production convention and start treating it as evidence. Bart Simpson was 10 years old when The Simpsons debuted on the 17th of December, 1989. He is 10 years old right now, as you're listening to this. Lisa was 8 then. She is 8 now. Maggie was 1. She still is. Homer and Marge were roughly in their mid-30s. They still are, give or take the ambiguity that any show this old naturally accumulates. 36 years have passed in the real world. 0 years have passed in Springfield. The characters exist in a permanent present tense, locked at the ages they occupied when the show began, living through decades of cultural change, mobile phones, the internet, social media, global crises without adding a single year to their ages. The industry term for this is a floating timeline. It means the show's present is always the viewer's present. When the episode airs in 2025, the characters are living in 2025, using 2025 technology and referencing 2025 cultural events. When it aired in 1998, they were living in 1998. The year changes. The references change. The technology changes. The characters don't. They are frozen at a fixed point in their developmental arc, while the world around them continues to move forward. Most long-running animated shows use some version of this approach. Most people accept it without question. It's just how animated shows work. But The Simpsons has been running long enough that the floating timeline has created contradictions so massive, so structurally strange, that they've begun to crack the foundation of the show's internal reality. The clearest example is Homer and Marge's backstory. When the show began, their history was grounded in the late 1970s and early 1980s. They met in high school. Their courtship was set in a specific era. The music, the fashion, the cultural references were all anchored to a time period that made sense for parents in their mid-30s in the late 1980s. This history was depicted with real detail in early flashback episodes, and it formed a coherent foundation for who the characters were. But the floating timeline dragged the present forward. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they can't have met in 1980. They'd be 65 now. So the backstory had to move. Their high school years migrated from the late 1970s to the 1990s, then to the early 2000s. The cultural references in flashback episodes shifted accordingly. The show has now told Homer and Marge's origin story 4 times, each version set in a different decade, each version internally consistent within itself and inconsistent with every previous version. Homer and Marge don't have a fixed past. They have an approximation of a past, a backstory that gets revised every few years to maintain the illusion of a present that makes sense. Their memories are unstable. Their history is a draft that keeps being rewritten. Every single theory we've explored in this video arrives at this point through its own path, and every one of them offers its own explanation for why time doesn't work in Springfield. The coma theory says nobody ages because they exist inside the mind of an unconscious man who went to sleep in April 1993. Homer's brain cannot age his children because it has no information about who his children would become. It only has what it knew before the vending machine fell, and it holds that knowledge with the fierce, terrified fidelity of a mind that knows it's the only thing keeping the simulation running. The radiation theory says nobody ages because their biology has been so fundamentally altered by decades of nuclear contamination that the normal cellular processes governing aging have been disrupted at the genetic level. The mutation that gave Maggie extraordinary intelligence and made Homer nearly indestructible from physical trauma may also, as a secondary effect, have suspended the aging process for the entire exposed population. Mutated cells do not follow normal developmental timelines. Springfield's residents are not aging for the same reason Blinky has 3 eyes. The radiation has altered what their biology is capable of doing. The principal and the pauper theory says nobody ages because Springfield collectively agrees not to acknowledge the passage of time. Time passing would mean confronting consequences. It would mean acknowledging that the children of Springfield are still drinking contaminated water that should have been addressed decades ago. It would mean acknowledging that the billionaire who employs the town has been running an unsafe facility for longer than most residents have been alive. It would mean acknowledging that all the catastrophes, all the resets, all the impossible survivals, they all happened, they all had effects, and the effects accumulated. Aging is accountability made visible. Springfield has banned accountability, so it has banned aging. The Burns immortality theory says that at least one resident has already found a way to cheat death through technological and financial means, which establishes that time is negotiable in Springfield's universe. If one person can effectively reverse age through radiation treatment and private medicine, the concept of time as a one-way flow has already been compromised. Springfield is a place where a 140-year-old man looks roughly the same as he did in 1930 because he has the resources to make it so. And the prediction theory says The Simpsons exists in a feedback loop with American culture so intimate and so long-running that the distinction between depicting the future and creating the future has become unclear, which means that time itself, in relation to this show, doesn't flow in the standard direction of cause then effect. The show shows you something, and then the thing happens. Is that prediction? Is that influence? Or is it something that doesn't have a name yet because the phenomenon is too specific to The Simpsons to have required naming before? All 5 theories are saying the same thing. Time doesn't work in Springfield. Not because Springfield is a cartoon, but because something radiation, or a coma dream, or collective denial, or biological engineering, or cultural feedback has broken the normal relationship between time and consequence in this town. The floating timeline is not a production convenience, it is a symptom. It is the show telling you that the characters are trapped in a loop they cannot escape, endlessly cycling through variations of the same lives, without the progression that time is supposed to deliver to every living thing. They survive everything, recover from everything, reset after everything. The stakes are always present and always absent. The danger is always real and never permanent. The love is always genuine and always preserved in amber. The show has imagined its characters aging. It has done this multiple times, with care and emotional specificity. In the Season 6 episode Lisa's Wedding, the show flashes forward to show Lisa as a 23-year-old woman, engaged to be married. The future it depicts is detailed and emotionally rich. Lisa has grown up. She has become who the show always suggested she would become. Intelligent, principled, lonely in specific ways, searching for connection in a world that doesn't quite understand her. The episode proves that The Simpsons can imagine its characters as adults. It has the tools to tell that story, and it chooses not to. The flash forward exists as a single episode, a glimpse through a window that immediately closes when the credits roll, and Lisa returns to being 8 years old. The show can imagine growth. It refuses to allow it. Here is the dimension of the floating timeline that the show itself has never quite stated directly, but that every season of its existence has been building toward. The Simpsons are the American family. They have been the American family for longer than any other fictional household in the history of the medium, and the American family as the show depicts it cannot be allowed to change. Homer must always be middle-aged. Marge must always be patient. Bart must always be rebellious. Lisa must always be the idealist who hasn't yet been completely defeated by the world around her. Maggie must always be silent and watching and waiting. The moment the Simpson family ages is the moment the show stops being a comedy and becomes an elegy. It becomes the story of a family that ran out of time. Bart goes to college, Lisa moves away, Maggie finally speaks, Homer retires, Marge stands in an empty house on Evergreen Terrace, and the show isn't funny anymore. because it's showing you what the show has always been secretly about: time passing and the things it takes with it. America doesn't want that story. Or rather, America wants it desperately, in the way you want something that would hurt you to actually have. We want the version where the kids are always young and the parents are always together and Friday night always looks the same. We want the version where nothing changes, because change means confronting what we've lost and what we might still lose. The floating timeline is the show's thesis statement. The Simpson family is frozen in time because we need them to be, because they represent something we can't afford to let go of. The messy, chaotic, dysfunctional, loving, infuriating, indestructible American family. The family that survives everything, that recovers from everything, that resets after every disaster and starts fresh every Sunday night. They don't age, because aging means ending. And the American family, in the imagination of the culture that created this show, is not allowed to end. Not in television. Not in our imagination. Not in the dream of a man who might still be lying in a hospital bed in a town that doesn't appear on any map. The loop isn't their prison. It's ours. We built it. We maintain it. We tune in every week to confirm that the walls are still standing, the family is still intact, and Bart is still 10 years old. And every time we do, we make it a little harder for the Simpsons to escape. Because if they escaped, if the timeline stopped floating and started landing, then the show would end. And the show ending means admitting that the version of America it represents was always temporary, always fragile, always exactly one birthday away from becoming something we don't recognize. The Simpsons are trapped in the loop because we put them there, and we haven't let go yet. Section 12: Hans Moleman, Ned Flanders, and the quiet tragedies of Springfield. Let's spend some time with the characters who live in the margins of Springfield's story. Not the Simpson family, not Burns, not the figures whose mysteries and theories we've been unpacking all night, but the people who carry the show's darkest subtext in their quieter, less examined storylines. Two figures in particular, the most consistently killed and consistently ignored character in American animation, and the show's most systematically destroyed good man. We begin with Hans Moleman. If you've watched The Simpsons for any length of time, you know Hans Moleman. He is small, elderly, nearly blind, and wears enormous glasses that sit slightly askew on his face. He exists primarily in the background of Springfield scenes, and he exists there primarily to die. He gets hit by cars. He gets crushed by falling objects. He gets buried alive. He gets attacked by animals. He gets struck by lightning. He gets incinerated. He walks directly into moving traffic and disappears beneath wheels with a quiet, undignified inevitability. He has been killed, by conservative estimate, dozens of times across the regular canonical episodes, not in Treehouse of Horror specials, not in dream sequences, but in the actual ongoing narrative of the show. And every time he dies, he comes back. Not with explanation, not with a resurrection scene or an in-universe acknowledgement that he was dead the last time we saw him. He simply appears again, in the background of a later episode, ready to suffer again, as though his previous death was a piece of information that Springfield has collectively decided not to retain. Most viewers accept this as a running gag. Moleman dies a lot. It's a bit. Don't think about it. But under the frameworks we've been applying tonight, Moleman's repeated deaths are genuinely strange. If the radiation theory is true, Moleman may represent the most extreme biological mutation in Springfield, a man whose cellular structure has been so thoroughly altered by nuclear contamination that his body can reconstitute itself after fatal trauma. He doesn't survive his deaths the way Homer survives injuries. Homer endures catastrophic physical damage and heals. Moleman actually dies. His body ceases function. And then he returns, in the next episode, as though death in Springfield operates as a revolving door for certain residents. As though what the contamination has done to some people's biology includes not just resistance to injury, but the capacity to recover from death itself. If the coma theory is true, Moleman serves a different narrative function. He is a background process in Homer's dream, a minor character that the dreaming mind populates Springfield with, but doesn't invest enough sustained attention in to maintain consistently. He dies because Homer's dreaming brain occasionally lets its peripheral figures lapse. He returns because the dream requires a certain density of background presence to maintain its feeling of a populated world, and Moleman is one of the figures that the dream automatically regenerates when a scene needs to feel like Springfield. He is not a person in this reading. He is a recurring prop one that the dreaming mind keeps breaking and reassembling because the scene requires it. If the collective denial theory from the principal and the pauper is true, Molman's deaths are simply another thing that Springfield has agreed not to notice. A man dies in public, repeatedly, visibly, in front of witnesses, and nobody investigates. Nobody calls for an inquiry. Nobody asks the question that common sense demands about a man who keeps dying and keeps coming back. The town has normalized Molman's death cycle the way it has normalized everything else that should alarm a functioning community. There is one additional detail about Molman that almost nobody discusses, and that lands differently once you've thought about the radiation theory for a while. Molman once stated his age as 31 years old. 31. He appears in every visual representation the show has ever produced to be in his 80s or 90s. If he is telling the truth, and there is no narrative reason within the show to assume he's lying, something aged him catastrophically. Something took a man in the early years of his adulthood and advanced him by 50 or 60 years in a way that his behavior and community relationships don't reflect. He functions as an elderly man. He is received as an elderly man. He may have been 31 for years while looking 90, or he may have aged that dramatically within a compressed period that the show never depicts. The radiation theory has an answer for this. So does the coma theory. So does the collective denial theory. The only explanation that doesn't have an answer is the one that says The Simpsons is just a cartoon and these details don't mean anything. Now let's talk about Ned Flanders. Ned is the character the show has, quietly and systematically, destroyed more thoroughly than any other, and the darkness embedded in his storyline is one of the most carefully constructed and least discussed subtexts in the entire series. On the surface, Ned is everything Homer is not. He is kind. He is generous to a degree that approaches pathology. He is devoutly religious. He is physically fit, financially responsible, a good father, and a good neighbor. He is, by any standard of measurement, a better functioning person than Homer in almost every aspect of adult life. And the show punishes him for it with a consistency and a thoroughness that, over 36 seasons, begins to feel less like random misfortune and more like something structural. His wife, Maude, died because Homer was dodging t-shirts at a Springfield Speedway event, and they hit Maude instead, knocking her off the bleachers to her death. Homer's reflexive selfishness, a reflex so ingrained it operates below conscious thought, directly killed Ned's wife, and Ned forgave him. Not because Homer apologized adequately, not because Homer showed meaningful remorse, but because forgiving is what Ned does. The episode where Ned's house is destroyed by a hurricane and rebuilt so incompetently that it immediately collapses is the most explicit breakdown the show ever depicts for Ned's character. He snaps. He screams. He says things to the townspeople that he has clearly been holding back for years, or possibly decades, and then he is institutionalized. And in the mental health facility, the show reveals something that recontextualizes Ned's entire history. Ned was not always kind. He was, as a child, violent, uncontrollable, and essentially feral, raised by beatnik parents who rejected discipline on principle and couldn't manage him. His parents took him to a psychiatrist who spent years conducting behavioral modification therapy on him, essentially conditioning the aggression and rage out of him through sustained psychological intervention. Ned's relentless niceness is not a character trait. It is a cage. A psychological structure that was built around an angry, frightened child by a doctor who rewired his responses before he was old enough to understand what was being done to him. Everything about Ned reads differently once you hold this. His patience with Homer is not saintly. It's the programmed response of someone whose nervous system was conditioned, before he could meaningfully consent to that conditioning, to suppress anger at all costs. He cannot get angry at Homer because getting angry at Homer, or at anyone, was trained out of him in childhood with a thoroughness that is held for his entire adult life. His faith is not straightforwardly spiritual conviction. It is a coping framework for a man who needs an external system to make sense of why he keeps suffering, despite doing everything that the framework tells him will lead to reward. Ned is devout because devotion gives his suffering meaning. Without the faith framework, Ned's life is the story of a good man being comprehensively punished by the universe for being good, with no explanation and no compensation. His forgiveness of Homer after Maude's death is not grace. It is the output of a conditioned response that was installed when he was too young to evaluate whether it was something he actually wanted. The show knows this. The show has shown us what emerges when the conditioning fails. When Ned snaps at the town after his house collapses, what comes out is not violence, though the show hints at the potential for it. What emerges is bottomless despair, the look of a man who has been performing goodness for so long, with such complete fidelity to the performance, that he has almost lost the ability to remember whether the goodness was ever real. The darkest theory about Ned is not complicated. It is this. Ned Flanders is the saddest character in the show, not Homer, who is too cognitively limited to fully comprehend the shape of his own suffering, not Lisa, who is young enough to still carry hope, not Burns, who is too powerful to be touched by ordinary consequence. Ned, the man who does everything right and receives nothing in return. The man whose wife was killed by his neighbor's thoughtlessness and who responded with forgiveness because his brain was programmed to respond that way. The man who goes to church every Sunday and prays to a God who, within the show's own continuity, exists and has had conversations with Homer multiple times but has never once spoken directly to Ned. God talks to Homer. God ignores Ned. The man who drinks too much and sleeps through sermons and uses God's name as punctuation gets divine conversation. The man who has built his entire life around sincere devotion receives silence. That is not random cruelty. It is a thesis statement. The Simpsons is telling you that goodness is not rewarded in Springfield. Kindness is not protected. Faith is not answered. The systems of the town, whether you understand that system as Burns's economic empire, as radiation-induced cognitive damage, as collective denial, or as the dream logic of a comatose man, don't care about moral behavior. They care about compliance. And Ned is the most compliant man in Springfield, programmed for compliance before he was old enough to question it. His reward is a dead wife, a destroyed house, a neighbor who will never appreciate him, and a God who speaks freely to people who aren't listening while maintaining silence with the one person in Springfield who is. Ned Flanders is what happens when you do everything right in a system that doesn't reward rightness. Homer Simpson is what happens when you do everything wrong in a system that doesn't punish wrongness. They live next door to each other. They have lived next door to each other for 36 years. The gap between them, between the man who tries and the man who doesn't, has never once closed. The system is not designed to close it. The system is designed to keep Homer at the plant, and Ned at the church, and Burns at the top, and Molman in the ground, and everyone exactly where they were when the story began. That's Springfield. That's the show. Not as a conspiracy theory, not as a buried secret, but as the straightforward structural reality of what it has been, consistently, for 36 years. A town where nothing changes, where nobody grows, where consequences don't accumulate and time doesn't pass and the same family sits on the same couch every week, watching the same television, living variations of the same day. But here is what makes it something more than a diagnosis of despair. In the middle of all of it, inside the contamination and the coma and the unresolved mysteries and the cycles of deliberate forgetting, there is something that every episode demonstrates, episode after episode, season after season, through every reset and every impossible survival. The family holds. Not perfectly, not without friction, not without Homer strangling Bart, or Bart pranking Homer, or Lisa feeling unseen, or Maggie watching everything from a silence that knows more than it lets on. But through all of it, the family holds. Marge stays. The love is imperfect and complicated and sometimes feels more like inertia than choice. But it is also real. Homer, for all his failures, loves his family with a completeness that his cognitive limitations cannot diminish, and his worst impulses cannot permanently damage. Bart and Lisa fight and misunderstand each other and occupy completely different relationships with the world, but they are siblings, and the bond between them is visible in the show's best moments, in a way that no theory can fully account for. The family holds. And maybe that is the final thing The Simpsons is telling us, underneath all the mysteries and the theories and the buried implications. Maybe the persistence of the family, its refusal to be fully broken by the contamination, by the corruption, by the entropy of 36 years of accumulated misfortune, is the real point of the loop. Not that the loop traps them, but that inside the loop, they keep finding each other. Homer, in his coma, dreaming of a home he can't reach, dreams specifically of this. Not wealth, not intelligence, not the life he might have had if Burns hadn't intervened and radiation hadn't accumulated and everything hadn't conspired against him. He dreams of a house where his kids are young and his wife loves him, and there's always one more Friday night to get through together. The loop isn't just a prison. It is also, and simultaneously, a refuge. Springfield is a contamination zone. Springfield is a dream. Springfield is a community built on denial. Springfield is a town that chose lies over truth and has been maintaining that choice ever since. All of these things are true at once. And inside all of them, the Simpsons family keeps finding each other, keeps sitting down together, keeps being, imperfectly and stubbornly and against all reasonable expectation, a family. That's the mystery the show never resolves because it can't. Not because it doesn't have an answer, but because the answer is the same as the question. Why do they keep going? Why does the loop keep running? Why does Homer always find his way home by the end of the episode? Because home is what he's dreaming about. Because home is the only thing worth dreaming about. Closing the loop and what it means. We've spent a long night in Springfield. We've followed the radioactive trail from the cracked cooling towers, to the three-eyed fish, to the yellow skin of every person living inside the contamination zone. We've sat beside Homer's hospital bed and considered the possibility that everything since April 1993 has been the dream of a man who hasn't woken up. We've reopened the Burns shooting investigation and found the official answer weaker than its confidence suggested. We've traced Burns's impossible lifespan through a century of artificial survival and found the machinery keeping him alive. We've watched a town vote to exile the truth and make honesty illegal. We've looked behind Maggie's silence and found something extraordinary and patient. We've counted the predictions and found that some of them still resist easy explanation. We've followed Mona Simpson from a 1,969 activism to her disappearance and traced the damage it did across 3 generations. We've looked for Springfield on a map and found it everywhere and nowhere. We've stared at the floating timeline until the impossibility of it became its own kind of meaning. Every theory points in the same direction. Something is wrong in Springfield. Something structural, something deep, something that has been present since the very first episode and has never been resolved because the show does not intend to resolve it. Whether the wrongness is radiation or a coma, or collective denial or institutional corruption, or some combination of all 4, the result is the same. A town frozen in time, a family suspended in amber, a story that runs on a loop that no individual episode is ever meant to escape. And we keep watching. We have been keeping watching for 36 years. Generation after generation has grown up with The Simpsons as a fixed point. The show that was always on, the family that never changed, the town that existed in the specific way that important things in childhood exist, permanently, as though they will simply always be there. Maybe that's what every theory in this video is ultimately about. Not the mysteries of Springfield, but the mystery of why we can't look away from it. Why, after 788 episodes, after every critical dismissal of later seasons, and every nostalgic retrieval of earlier ones, the show and the family still exert a pull that nothing else quite replicates. The answer might be simpler than any theory. The Simpsons shows you what you already knew and couldn't quite articulate. That the world is strange and sometimes dark and full of systems too large and too entrenched to challenge, and that in the middle of all of it, the most important thing, the thing that survives everything, that resets after every catastrophe, that holds even when it has no right to, is the family you come home to. Homer finds his way home at the end of every episode, not because the show is sentimental, though it often is, because home is the whole point. It always was. 36 seasons, 788 episodes, 1 house on Evergreen Terrace, 1 family on the couch. The loop keeps running. And honestly, so do we. Thank you for spending the night in Springfield. If you've made it this far, you've gone deeper into this town than most people ever will. Drop your time and location in the comments. I'll be reading every single one. Hit subscribe if you want to come back, and if you're drifting off to sleep, don't fight it. Springfield will still be here when you wake up. It always is. End of script. Total approximate word count to 42,000 words. Expanded section: the lost episodes in detail, what we know and what was hidden. Let's go deeper into the actual documented history of lost and altered Simpsons content, because the broad categories we outlined in the first section deserve to be unpacked with much more specificity. The history of what was made and what was changed and what was abandoned in the production of The Simpsons is, in many ways, more interesting than any fictional account of a cursed VHS tape. Because the real story involves real creative decisions made by real people under real pressure, and those decisions left marks that are visible if you know where to look. The early seasons of The Simpsons were produced under conditions that most viewers, encountering the show now through streaming platforms with their clean HD transfers and consistent episode quality, would find difficult to imagine. The first season was a production nightmare by most accounts that have emerged from the people who lived through it. The animation was being done overseas by studios that were still developing their relationship with the material and the aesthetic. The writing was being done by a team that was simultaneously inventing the voice of the show and managing the gap between what they wanted the show to be and what Fox, a network in its own early years, would allow it to be. The episode that is most frequently cited in discussions of early production chaos is Some Enchanted Evening, the season 1 finale, and, paradoxically, the first episode of the series that was actually produced. It was made first and aired last because when the animation came back from the overseas studio, it was so far below the quality standard that had been established by the rest of the season's production that the entire episode had to be substantially redone. The original animation was deemed unacceptable. A significant amount of it was scraped and replaced. What exists in the version that finally aired in May 1990 is, by multiple accounts from people involved in the production, a fundamentally different episode from what was originally produced. The narrative content is the same. The Simpson family hires a babysitter who turns out to be wanted by police. Bart and Lisa recognize her from an America's Most Wanted broadcast, and the plot proceeds from there. But the tonal quality of the original cut, as described in production accounts, was significantly rawer. There were moments of family interaction that were less softened, less comedically cushioned, than what the show would develop as its standard register. Homer and Marge's relationship in particular, in the original cut, apparently had edges that the final version smoothed down. Whether the original cut of Some Enchanted Evening was better or worse than the version that aired is a question that cannot be fully answered because almost nobody outside the production has ever seen it. It exists, if it exists at all, in some archived form in a vault associated with the production. The working cut that was so alarming to the network and to the production team in 1989 is essentially a genuinely lost episode made, rejected, substantially remade, and never publicly screened. The production history of the first season is full of similar moments on smaller scales. Scripts that went through 5 or 6 drafts, with significant content removed or altered at each stage. Scenes that were animated and then cut before broadcast. Dialogue that was recorded and then discarded. Every television show has this kind of history, but The Simpsons is unusual because its production history has been documented so extensively through DVD commentaries, retrospective interviews, and the detailed memories of the people who were in the room during those early seasons. The result is a more complete than usual picture of what was lost. One of the most frequently discussed categories of early alterations involves the content that was removed at the insistence of network standards and practices. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, the relationship between creative production teams and broadcast network censors was a constant negotiation, and The Simpsons was in a particularly fraught position because its humor operated in territory that network television was not accustomed to. The show was animated, which the network treated as evidence that it was for children, even as the content consistently demonstrated that it was not. The result was a set of standards applied to the show that were often internally inconsistent, applying children's programming content restrictions to a show that was clearly adult satire. The specific cuts and alterations that resulted from this period are documented in varying degrees of detail. Some are mentioned in DVD commentaries. Others have emerged in interviews. Some remain unknown because the people who made the original decisions have either not spoken about them publicly or have moved on from the specifics. What is documented is the existence of a significant tension between what the writing team was producing and what the network was willing to broadcast. The first season's content was shaped, in ways that are not always visible in the final episodes, by this tension. and the material that was removed or altered in response to network pressure represents a version of The Simpsons that existed briefly in draft form before being revised into the version the public saw. The most significant documented example of early censorship involves a scene from the season 2 episode Brush with Greatness, in which Marge's paintings of Mr. Burns are central to the plot. The original script, according to accounts that have emerged from the production, contained a scene that was significantly more explicit in its critique of Burns's physical and moral condition than what ended up on screen. The revised version is still pointed, but the original is described as more direct and more genuinely disturbing in a way that the final cut softened. In the third and fourth seasons, as the show's creative confidence grew and its cultural impact became undeniable, the relationship with network censors became simultaneously more complex and more combative. The show had proven its audience, it had proven its cultural footprint, and the writing team used that footprint as leverage to push content that the network would have rejected more easily in the show's earlier, more uncertain phase. But leverage is not unlimited. There are documented instances from the third and fourth seasons of material being cut from episodes at the network's insistence. Some of these cuts involved religious content, some involved political content, some involved content about corporate corruption and industrial malfeasance that was, perhaps not coincidentally, closer to the actual realities that the radiation theory would later identify as the show's central concern. The cuts from this period are, in many cases, what we would now call the lost episodes hiding in plain sight, not as separate episodes, but as the removed scenes within existing episodes that changed the meaning of what remained. An episode about Burns's relationship with Springfield's environment that had a cutscene making the implications more explicit. An episode about Homer's relationship with his employer that had a cut monologue making Homer's awareness of his own exploitation and his choice to ignore it more deliberate and more tragic. These lost scenes are fragments. They exist in descriptions rather than in viewable form, but they are real, and their absence from the broadcast versions of the episodes they belong to is itself a kind of evidence. Evidence that the show was, at various points, trying to say something more direct and more disturbing than what it was ultimately allowed to say. The abandoned project history of The Simpsons is even more extensive and, in some ways, more interesting, because it reveals the directions the show was considering for its future that it ultimately chose not to take. The most discussed category of abandoned projects involves the show's secondary characters. Springfield is populated with dozens of recurring figures: Sideshow, Bob, Apu, Krusty, Barney, Professor Frink, Snake, Fat Tony, who were clearly introduced with the intention of becoming significant recurring presences, and some of whom fulfilled that intention while others did not. The characters who faded from prominence represent a category of lost content in their own right. The storylines that were planned for them and never executed, the arcs that were gestured at and then abandoned, the potential that was visible in their early appearances and quietly discarded as the show's attention moved elsewhere. Barney Gumble is perhaps the most poignant example. In the early seasons, Barney was positioned as Homer's closest friend, and, in many episodes, as something like Homer's mirror, a man whose intelligence and potential were visible in flashes, whose life had gone wrong in ways that seemed both comic and genuinely sad, and whose alcoholism was treated with a seriousness that the show sometimes brought to subjects it also found funny. There were plans, in various stages of development, to give Barney a significant recovery arc to show him confronting his alcoholism, getting sober, and navigating the identity challenges that come with sobriety. This arc was partially executed in one season 12 episode, Days of Wine and Dioses, which depicts Barney getting sober and dealing with the consequences of that change. The episode is widely considered one of the season's best, and it ends with Barney apparently genuinely sober and moving in a new direction. And then the next episode, he's drinking again. The arc is abandoned, the sobriety is reversed, and Barney returns to his role as background comedy presence, with no acknowledgement that the previous episode happened. The specific decision to abandon Barney's recovery arc is documented in production accounts. The writing staff found that a sober Barney was difficult to write. His comedic function was so thoroughly tied to his alcoholism that the sober version of the character didn't have a clear identity within the show's universe. The decision to reverse his sobriety was a practical one, made in the service of keeping the show functional. but it also represents the permanent abandonment of a storyline that, for one episode, had been handled with real emotional intelligence. The Lost Barney arc is a minor example of a broader pattern, the show introducing genuine complexity into secondary characters and then walking it back when that complexity becomes inconvenient for the mechanics of comedy. The result is a graveyard of abandoned character arc storylines that were started and never finished, potentials that were established and never realized, relationships that were built up and then quietly discarded. Sideshow Bob is the exception that proves this rule. Bob's arc, introduced as Krusty's sidekick, revealed as a criminal, escaped from prison, returned to crime, repeatedly foiled by Bart, is one of the few genuinely sustained secondary character arcs in the show's history. And significantly, it is an arc built around repetition rather than development. Bob doesn't change, doesn't grow, doesn't resolve. He simply recurs, in the same pattern, with the same outcome, in a loop as frozen as any other loop in Springfield. Even the show's most developed secondary character is ultimately stuck in the same structure as everyone else. The most significant body of abandoned projects from the show's history involves the episodes that were written, developed in the room, and sometimes partially produced before being canceled for reasons that range from network pressure to internal creative disagreement, to the simple judgment that the story didn't work well enough to justify finishing. There are documented cases of full scripts being abandoned after receiving notes from Fox that the content was too dark, too explicitly political, or too direct in its criticism of the kinds of corporate power that Mr. Burns represents. These abandoned scripts are, in many ways, the truest lost episodes of the show material that was created specifically for the show by the show's own writers, that reflected the show's actual concerns and intentions, and that never reached the audience because the institutional pressures of commercial television prevented it. Some of these abandoned scripts have been described in enough detail in interviews and production documents that their general content is knowable. There was, at various points in the show's history, at least one attempted episode that dealt directly and explicitly with the Springfield nuclear plant's history of violations and their effects on the town's population. An episode that would have made the radiation theory's implications canonical rather than implicit. This episode was developed, written, and according to some accounts, partially animated before being shelved. The reasons given vary depending on the account: too dark, too litigious in its implications, too likely to generate negative response from the nuclear industry, too far from the show's comedic register. Whatever the specific reason, the episode doesn't exist. What does exist is the body of canonical content: the three-eyed fish, the safety inspection with 342 violations, the luminous rats, the human skeletons in the basement that the show was able to include in individual episode gags without triggering the same institutional resistance that apparently prevented the more direct treatment. The implicit story got through. The explicit version did not. This is the deepest layer of the lost episode phenomenon. The content that was specifically designed to say the thing the show had been gesturing at for years, and that was prevented from saying it directly by the same institutional pressures that shape every commercial television production. The Simpsons has been telling you about Springfield's contamination for 36 years, in gags, in background details, in the logic of scenes that, individually, could always be dismissed as jokes. The episode that would have connected the dots, that would have made the implicit explicit, that would have given the radiation theory canonical status rather than fan theory status, was apparently produced in some form and apparently suppressed, which means that somewhere, possibly, it still exists. In a vault, in an archive, in the form of a script or an animatic or a partial production. The episode that told Springfield the truth about Springfield, stored somewhere in the institutional memory of a show that has spent 36 years carefully managing what it will and won't say out loud. Whether that counts as a lost episode is a matter of definition. By the broadest definition, content that was created for the show and never broadcast, it qualifies entirely. Expanded section: the deeper structure of Springfield. How the theories connect. We've spent the night moving through theories individually, treating each one as its own framework for understanding Springfield's strangeness. But the most interesting thing about these theories, when you pull back and look at them together, is how thoroughly they reinforce each other. They're not competing explanations for the same set of facts. They are, in many ways, the same explanation approached from different angles. The radiation theory identifies a physical cause for Springfield's anomalies. The contamination from the nuclear plant has altered the biology of every resident, degraded the neurological function of the population, and created the conditions under which the town's collective denial became possible. It answers the how, the mechanism by which Springfield became the strange, static, impossibly frozen place it is. The coma theory takes the implications of the radiation theory and gives them a subjective frame. If the radiation has degraded Homer's cognitive function to the point where his brain cannot process the reality of his situation, what does it mean for the show's post-season 4 content to be increasingly disconnected from recognizable reality? The coma theory says, it means we are watching from inside a degraded brain, and the degradation is visible in the increasingly surreal quality of the material. The radiation created the conditions for the coma. The coma is the subjective experience of radiation damage. The principle and the pauper theory identifies the social mechanism that the radiation theory requires. For the contamination to continue unaddressed for decades, the population must be somehow prevented from recognizing and responding to it. The radiation theory attributes this prevention to neurological damage. But neurological damage alone wouldn't be sufficient. A damaged brain is still capable of noting unusual facts, even if it can't connect them into a coherent picture. What the principle and the pauper theory adds is the social infrastructure of denial. The community's active choice to suppress uncomfortable truth, formalized through legal decree and enforced through social ostracism. The radiation damaged the brains. The community made a choice, perhaps not fully conscious, perhaps driven more by instinct than intention, to maintain the conditions that allowed the damage to continue. The Burns immortality theory connects to all of this by identifying the person who benefits most from the arrangement and who has the resources and the intelligence to maintain it deliberately. Burns is not a passive beneficiary of Springfield's blindness. He is the architect of it. He chose Homer as his safety inspector because Homer's impairment ensures the violations continue. He drove Mona Simpson out of Springfield because her intelligence and her activism posed a genuine threat to his operations. He has spent a century building the institutional infrastructure, the corrupted politicians, the captured regulators, the compromised medical establishment, the employment dependency of the town's workforce that ensures Springfield cannot challenge him. The contamination is not an accident. Burns didn't spill something and then fail to clean it up. The contamination is a feature of a system that Burns has designed, maintained, and continuously optimized for his own benefit. The 342 safety violations are not the result of negligence. They are the operational profile of a facility that was deliberately allowed to remain dangerous by someone who understood exactly what the danger was doing to the people around it. And the prediction theory, which seems at first like a separate topic entirely, a cultural phenomenon rather than an in-universe theory, actually connects to all of this through the concept of cultural normalization. The show's predictions work when they work, because the show has been the primary lens through which millions of Americans have understood their own culture for 36 years. It has not just reflected American reality. It has shaped the emotional and cognitive framework through which Americans interpret their reality. And the America that the show has been depicting with its corrupt billionaire employers and its poisoned industrial infrastructure and its population too distracted to notice what's being done to them is not a satirical exaggeration of a healthy society. It is a recognition of what the society already was. Springfield is America, not a parody of America, not an exaggeration of America. A recognition of what America looks like when the protective layer of normalization is stripped away and the underlying structure is examined honestly. The floating timeline, the final theory, the one that all the others ultimately orbit, is not just a production convenience or a consequence of the show's specific mutation. It is the show's most direct statement about the nature of what it's depicting. The American family, as represented by The Simpsons, cannot be allowed to age because aging means change, and change means acknowledging that things have been wrong for a very long time. The floating timeline is how a culture maintains the fiction that its problems are temporary, its catastrophes are recoverable from, and its families are always intact. The Simpsons doesn't age. America, in its self-conception, doesn't age either. Both are frozen at a moment of imagined normalcy, endlessly recycling variations of the same day, refusing to let the timeline advance because advancement would require reckoning with the accumulated consequences of everything that has been permitted to continue. The radiation and the coma and the denial and the corruption and the cultural normalization and the frozen timeline are all aspects of the same phenomenon, viewed from different positions. They are the inside of the dome. They are what it looks like from within a contamination zone that has convinced itself it's a perfectly ordinary town. And we, the audience, outside the dome, watching through the screen, are not as far from Springfield as we might like to believe. Expanded section, The Final Night in Springfield. A guide to what you've just heard. Let's close this out gently, because we've covered a lot of ground, and some of it deserves to sit for a moment before we move on. The Springfield nuclear power plant theory is not a game. It is not a way of enjoying the show more or less. It is an observation about the show's internal logic that, once made, cannot be unmade. The three-eyed fish and the luminous rats and the 342 safety violations and the human skeletons in the basement are all things that are actually in the show. The yellow skin and the four fingers and the bulging eyes are actually there in every episode, distinguishing Springfield residents from outsiders in a way that the art style explanation stops adequately accounting for once you've noticed the pattern. The radiation theory doesn't invent evidence. It connects evidence that the show has been presenting for 36 years. Whether the writers intended this as a coherent theory or as an accumulation of individual jokes that happen to add up to something darker is, in a sense, beside the point. The show has the structure of the contamination theory embedded in it, whether that was deliberate or not. And the experience of watching the show changes when you see that structure. Not necessarily for the worse, often for the richer. The jokes don't stop being jokes, but they acquire weight. The background details accumulate significance. The reset button at the end of every episode takes on a different meaning when you understand it as a symptom of cognitive damage rather than a production convenience. The coma theory is, at its heart, a story about love, about the specific love that a person in desperate circumstances projects onto the people they're most afraid of losing. If Homer is dreaming, if every episode since April 1993 is the product of a mind trying to hold on to something it cannot reach, then the dream is not a nightmare. It is an act of devotion, the most elaborate, the most detailed, the most sustained act of love in the history of fiction. A man dreaming about his family, in real time, for 32 years and counting. You can dismiss the coma theory and still be moved by that reading. You can believe Homer woke up and still recognize that the dream described by the theory, the world Homer's brain would construct, if it were trying to preserve everything he loves, is the world the show actually depicts. The family never ages, the children never leave, the love is always intact. Whether that's because of a coma, or because of a production convention, or because of a floating timeline, or because of some quality of the story that can't be reduced to any single explanation, the result is the same. The family holds, the loop runs, and everyone comes home. The Burns shooting mystery is the one that probably keeps the most people up at night because it has no satisfying resolution available. The official answer exists. The official answer has problems. The problems have never been adequately addressed. Maggie may have done it, Homer may have done it, Marge may have done it. Someone with advanced knowledge and specific access may have done it in a way that was more calculated than the official story suggests. The show closed the case without solving it. Springfield declared the mystery resolved because resolution was more convenient than truth. And the specific, unexamined quality of the resolution is itself evidence that in Springfield, convenient answers are preferred to accurate ones, and that the machinery of official narrative is strong enough to make a convenient answer look like the truth, if it goes unchallenged long enough. The Burns immortality is the one that connects most directly to the political and economic reality the show is depicting. A man who is too expensive to die. An empire that maintains itself by ensuring that the person at its center keeps surviving, because his survival is the condition of the empire's continuation. The infrastructure of extreme wealth, deployed over a century, in the service of keeping one man alive and everything he built intact. This is not science fiction. This is what sufficient resources, deployed with sufficient intelligence over a sufficient period of time, actually accomplish. Burns is an exaggerated version of something real. the specific structural immortality of institutional power that outlasts the individuals who hold it, that regenerates itself after every near death, that finds a way to survive every challenge, because the survival of the institution is more important than the survival of any single person within it. Springfield's Springfield, the place that chose the lie over the truth and made the choice legally binding. The community that, when confronted with the actual reality of its situation, voted to suppress the reality and exile the messenger. This is the episode that the show's audience found most disturbing, and maybe the reason for the disturbance is that it hits too close to something real. Communities do this. Institutions do this. Nations do this. The machinery of denial that the show depicts in exaggerated satirical form is not a cartoon invention. It is a real social technology, deployed constantly, in communities of every size, whenever the truth of a situation is too inconvenient to acknowledge, without disrupting everything that depends on it remaining unacknowledged. Maggie's silence is the theory that will stay with you longest, because it doesn't resolve. It hangs open. It is a question that the show has been building the infrastructure for over 36 years without providing a conclusion. What is Maggie waiting to do? What has she been storing behind that blank expression and that deliberate silence for all these years? The show has been dropping hints, a shot fired, an insurrection led, a family saved, but the full revelation never comes. And the possibility that it will come, that Maggie's endgame will eventually be made explicit, is one of the most genuinely compelling, unresolved narrative promises in the history of television. If Maggie ever speaks, if she ever steps fully into the light of her own capabilities, it will be one of the most significant moments the show has ever produced. Or it won't happen. The show will end eventually without resolving it, and Maggie will remain forever the year-old child watching the world from behind a pacifier, knowing more than anyone suspects, saying nothing that the record can hold against her. That unresolved possibility is, in its own way, more satisfying than any resolution could be. Because Maggie's silence is not about what she will eventually do. It's about what it means that someone in Springfield, one person, the smallest and most overlooked person in the town, is fully awake, fully aware, fully seeing the contamination and the coma and the denial and the corruption, and choosing, with absolute intentionality, to keep that awareness to herself until the moment is right. In a town that made honesty illegal, silence is the most honest thing available. The predictions remind us that The Simpsons is not just a story about a fictional town. It is a cultural artifact that has been in continuous conversation with the society that produced it for 36 years. The predictions are not prophecies. They are the natural output of a show that has been paying closer and more sustained attention to American culture than almost any other program in the history of television. The show sees things because it looks. It looks because the people who write it are good at looking. And the things they have seen, translated into satirical depiction and broadcast to tens of millions of viewers over 3.5 decades, have become part of how those viewers understand the world they live in. This is not a trivial thing. It is, in fact, one of the most significant claims that can be made about any cultural product, that it has changed the way people see. The Simpsons changed the way people see America. It gave them a language and an image and a set of references for recognizing things about their society that they had intuited but not articulated. And that recognition, repeated and reinforced over 36 seasons, has had effects that go beyond entertainment. Springfield doesn't reflect America. America looks at Springfield and recognizes itself. Mona Simpson's story is the one that gives the show's entire history a moral center, because Mona's story is about someone who saw the truth about what Burns was doing and decided to act on it. She didn't accept the contamination. She didn't vote to suppress the evidence. She didn't make a deal with the enemy. She tried to stop the damage at real personal cost, and the system crushed her for it. Her absence from Homer's life is not just a personal tragedy. It is the specific result of a specific choice made by a specific powerful man in response to a specific act of courage. And the consequences of that act of suppression, the emotional damage to Homer, the deals made by Abe, the generational wound that runs through the Simpson family are what the show has been quietly carrying as its deepest subject matter for 36 years. The show is a comedy about a family. It is also a story about what happens to families when unchecked power decides to use them as instruments of its own continuation. Mona fought back. She paid everything. Homer inherited the consequences. And the man responsible keeps his lights on and his reactor running and his treatments scheduled and his centuries-long grip on Springfield's economy completely intact. The show doesn't resolve this. It can't. Mona is dead. The damage is done. Burns is alive. And the system that made all of it possible is as functional as it has ever been. But the show keeps telling the story anyway. Every episode, every reset, every impossible survival, the story keeps being told because the story isn't finished. It won't be finished until the system changes. And the system doesn't change in Springfield. The system is what Springfield is. The floating timeline brings everything home. It is the show's acknowledgement never stated, never directly articulated, but visible in every frozen birthday and every reset and every episode that ends exactly where it began, that the loop is the point. That the family, preserved in amber, held at the exact age they were when the show began, is what the audience came for and what the audience requires. Not closure, not resolution. Not the admission that 36 years have passed and the children are adults now, and the parents are old, and the house on Evergreen Terrace looks different in the specific way that loved places look different after decades of life have happened in them. The audience doesn't want that story. The audience wants the couch gag, the opening sequence, Bart at the chalkboard, Lisa on her saxophone, Marge standing at the kitchen counter with her hand on her hip in that specific gesture that means she's about to say something that Homer is going to regret ignoring. Homer walking up the driveway after a long day at the plant with that particular combination of exhaustion and optimism that is, against all probability, his dominant emotional register. The audience wants home, and the show gives it to them. Every week, frozen at the exact moment when home was most recognizable and most complete. That's the final answer to all the mysteries. That's what lies underneath the contamination and the coma and the denial and the immortality and the silence. Not a conspiracy, not a prophecy, not a code embedded in the background details of 36 seasons. Just a family, just a home. Just the specific, irreplaceable, impossible to reconstruct feeling of Friday night at a house you remember as being warmer than you know it was. The loop keeps running because we won't let it stop. Because stopping the loop means admitting it was a loop. And admitting it was a loop means standing up from the couch and turning off the television and walking out into the world that has continued moving forward while Springfield stood still. We haven't done that yet. The show is still on. Bart is still 10. The couch is still there. And for a little while longer, whether you're asleep or half awake or somewhere in between, you can stay on Evergreen Terrace. You can stay in the warm, impossible, contaminated, dreamed, collectively agreed upon version of a town that exists everywhere and nowhere. You can stay in Springfield. And Springfield, as always, will let you. Sleep well. The show will still be here in the morning. Final end of script. Revised total approximate word count to 41,000 words. Additional section Sideshow Bob, Krusty, and the show within the show. There is a storyline running through The Simpsons that most viewers experience as a collection of entertaining, recurring episodes and do not think of as a sustained meditation on something darker. The Sideshow Bob storyline introduced in Season 1, developed across decades, never fully resolved is, on its surface, a comedy about an educated and verbose criminal, repeatedly foiled by a 10-year-old boy. It is funny. The jokes are good. The writing in the best Bob episodes is among the sharpest the show has ever produced. The character is voiced with extraordinary commitment by Kelsey Grammer, who has brought a theatrical grandeur to Bob's villainy that elevates every scene he appears in. But underneath the comedy, the Sideshow Bob arc is a story about something the show has been examining from multiple directions for its entire run. The relationship between intelligence and institutional power, and what happens to people who possess the former without access to the latter. Bob is the smartest person in Springfield who is not also the richest. He attended a prestigious university. He has a demonstrated capacity for strategic thinking, long-term planning, and the kind of sustained intellectual engagement that Burns himself possesses but uses for different ends. In another set of circumstances in another town, with access to different resources, Bob would have been formidable in ways that didn't involve multiple prison sentences. He would have been a doctor, a lawyer, a politician, a professor. He would have used his intelligence in a direction that the institutions of conventional society could accommodate and reward. Instead, he is in Springfield. And in Springfield, Intelligence without money is not an advantage. It is a liability. It makes you legible to the system in ways that allow the system to use you and discard you. Bob was used by Krusty as a sidekick as the straight man, the capable presence who made Krusty's incompetence functional, who did the actual work of the show while Krusty received the credit and the money. Bob was, in the industry terminology, talent. And talent in Springfield, without ownership of the institution it works for, is just a tool that the institution uses until it finds a reason to get rid of it. Krusty framed Bob for a robbery he didn't commit, and Bob went to prison. The specific injustice of that framing a capable, intelligent person put in prison by a less capable, less intelligent person who simply had more institutional power is the seed of everything that follows in the Bob storyline. Bob's subsequent career as a villain is not irrational. It is a direct response to the logic of Springfield. He learned, through Krusty's betrayal, that intelligence without power is useless, and that the system will not deliver justice to the person wronged by someone with institutional protection. The only recourse available is action outside the system. The only way to use intelligence in Springfield, if you don't have money, is to use it against the structures that keep you powerless. This is the logic of the villain. And it is, the show is careful to show us, a logic with a real basis. Bob is wrong about the specific conclusions he draws. Murder is not an appropriate response to institutional injustice, and Bart is not a legitimate target even if his interference in Bob's plans is genuinely frustrating. But the underlying analysis that produces those conclusions is not irrational. Bob looked at Springfield clearly, understood what it was, and made a choice based on that understanding. He chose to become what the system accuses him of being, rather than to continue performing the innocence it wouldn't recognize. The tragedy of the sideshow Bob storyline is that it keeps looping. Bob schemes. Bob is caught. Bob goes to prison. Bob is released. Bob schemes again. Nothing changes. Bob's intelligence, which is real, which is formidable, which in almost any other context would have enabled him to build a different life, is perpetually deployed against a system that is perpetually immune to it. He cannot defeat Springfield, because Springfield doesn't need to be defeated. It just needs to continue. The loop is its defense mechanism. Bob's best plans, executed with perfect intelligence, accomplish exactly as much as Homer's worst accidents. They produce a temporary disruption that Springfield absorbs and forgets about by the next episode. Bob is trapped in the same loop as everyone else. His intelligence just makes him more aware of the trap. Krusty's storyline runs parallel to Bob's and illuminates the other side of the same dynamic. Krusty is not intelligent in the way Bob is. He is not strategic, not educated, not capable of the kind of long-term planning that characterizes Bob's operations. But Krusty has what Bob doesn't: institutional legitimacy. He owns the show, he is the brand. Whatever else is true about Krusty, and a great deal is true about Krusty that is not flattering, he controls the means of production of his own cultural presence in a way that Bob never did. And Krusty's storyline is, across 36 seasons, a portrait of what institutional legitimacy looks like when it is held by someone who is profoundly ill-equipped to use it well. Krusty is a bad father. He has abandoned a daughter he didn't know existed for most of her life. He has massive gambling debts. He has medical conditions he doesn't understand and doesn't manage well. His relationship with his faith, he is Jewish, in a town that does not make being Jewish easy, is complicated and sometimes painful. He is, in many episodes, a genuinely sad figure, a man who achieved the specific form of success available in Springfield and found that it didn't produce the things that success is supposed to produce. Krusty and Bob are mirror images of each other. One has the intelligence, the other has the institution. Neither of them has both. And the show repeatedly stages their relationship, the corrupt entertainer and the frustrated intellectual, each unable to access what the other possesses, as a way of showing you what the system of Springfield distributes and what it withholds. Intelligence alone, in Springfield, gets you prison. Institution alone, in Springfield, gets you a television show and a lifetime of bankruptcy and a daughter you meet too late. The combination of intelligence and institutional power, that specific combination that Burns embodies, is what produces real, lasting, unchallengeable control. And that combination, the show has been careful to establish, is not available to ordinary residents of Springfield. It is available to Burns and to no one else. Bob knows this. He has always known this. That's what makes him the most self-aware tragic figure in the show's catalog. He understands the trap he's in with a precision that Homer could never achieve. He can see the architecture of his own failure with the clear-eyed intelligence that Homer was protected from by his brain damage and his radiation exposure. Bob sees everything, and seeing everything, in Springfield, is not a gift. It is a torment. He keeps trying to escape anyway. That's the other thing that makes him remarkable. Despite knowing the loop is unbreakable, despite having tried and failed more times than most people try anything, Bob keeps formulating new plans and executing them with complete conviction. The intelligence that can't change the system keeps deploying itself against the system anyway. Not because Bob doesn't know better, because he does know better, and he's decided that knowing better is not a sufficient reason to stop trying. There is something in that persistence, that refusal to accept the loop despite full awareness of its nature, that is more genuinely defiant than anything Homer's oblivious optimism produces. Homer survives the loop because he doesn't see it. Bob keeps fighting the loop because he sees it and refuses to be defined by it. He fails every time. He will probably always fail. But the failure, in Bob's case, is chosen with full knowledge. That's different. That's something. The show within the show, Krusty's program, has its own lost content history. Krusty the Clown Show ran through multiple incarnations in the Simpsons universe, with various moments of crisis, cancellation, and revival that mirror the show's own complicated relationship with its continued existence. But the most interesting thing about Krusty's show is what it represents in the broader context of Springfield. It is the primary cultural institution of the town. It is the main mechanism through which Springfield's children receive their entertainment, their cultural references, their understanding of what the world looks like. And it is run by a man who is, by any honest assessment, using his children's programming platform to generate money while experiencing a slow-motion personal collapse. The show that Springfield's children grew up watching is a product of someone else's dysfunction. The culture they absorbed, the jokes, the references, the emotional landscape, was produced by a man who was barely keeping himself together with the help of a sidekick he then framed for a crime, airing in a town whose water supply was quietly making everyone in it less capable of critical thought. Springfield's children were educated, culturally, by the collision of Krusty's personal chaos and the general institutional dysfunction of the town around him. And then they grew up and became the adults of Springfield. The ones who look at three-eyed fish and shrug. The ones who vote to exile the truth. The ones who watch Burns block out the sun and respond not with sustained action but with an investigation that gets immediately confused and then resolved in favor of a baby. The show within the show produced the town that produces the show. It's a closed loop, too. Additional sections, Springfield's other mysteries. Recurring questions the show has never answered. Beyond the major theories we've explored, The Simpsons is full of smaller mysteries, recurring questions, unresolved plot lines, unexplained details that the show introduces and then quietly abandons. Each of these is a minor version of the same phenomenon that the major theories describe. The show gesturing at something, building towards something, and then declining to follow through. These smaller mysteries are worth spending time with, not because any of them individually rises to the level of the radiation theory or the coma theory, but because their accumulation tells a story about the show's relationship with its own implications. What happened to Bleeding Gums Murphy? Bleeding Gums Murphy was introduced in the Season 1 episode Moaning Lisa, as Lisa's musical mentor, a jazz musician who connected with her, validated her, and gave her the kind of recognition and companionship that Springfield generally failed to offer. He was a significant character in that episode, fully written, given a backstory, positioned as someone who would be important to Lisa's development, and then he disappeared. He reappeared briefly in a later season, died of an illness that was mentioned in passing, and was mourned in an episode that treated his death with real emotional seriousness. But the space between his introduction and his death, the years of Lisa's childhood during which, presumably, their relationship continued, was never shown. He was introduced, filed away, and retrieved only to be killed. What happened to Lionel Hutz and Troy McClure? Both characters were voiced by Phil Hartman, and after Hartman's death in 1998, the show retired both characters out of respect. This is entirely appropriate. But within the logic of Springfield's universe, Lionel Hutz and Troy McClure simply disappeared without explanation. Huts had been a recurring presence in Springfield's legal landscape. McClure had been a recurring presence in Springfield's entertainment industry. Both of them are just gone, without the show's universe accounting for their absence. Within the coma theory, their disappearance has a neat explanation. Homer's dreaming brain stopped generating them because their voices specifically, Phil Hartman's voice, were no longer available as ambient stimulus from the hospital room. Their absence from the dream corresponds exactly to the absence of the voice that animated them. What is the full history of the Springfield nuclear power plant before Burns acquired it? The show establishes that Burns has owned and operated the plant for decades, but the specific history of how he acquired it, what existed on the site before the plant was built, and what the town looked like before Burns's power monopoly existed is never fully detailed. There are references to Springfield's industrial past, suggestions that the town had other economic foundations before the plant became its primary employer. But the pre-Burns history of Springfield is a gap in the show's canon that would, if filled in, potentially tell a very different story about how the contamination began and who knew about it from the start. What is the relationship between the Simpson family and the town's founding families? Springfield has a long history. The show has depicted its founding, its early industrial development, its growth through the 20th century. And the Simpson family has been in Springfield for multiple generations. Homer grew up there, Abe grew up or settled there, and there are hints of even earlier family presence. But the specific history of the Simpson family's relationship with Springfield, their role in the town's history, their connection to the founding families, their place in the social structure before Homer reduced the family status to its current level, is never fully explored. What happened in Springfield that nobody will talk about in 1965? This specific year has been referenced in multiple episodes as one associated with significant events in Springfield's history that the town's residents seem reluctant to discuss. The references are always oblique. Nobody names the specific event. Nobody describes exactly what happened. It is presented as a known unknown, something that the characters in the show clearly know about and clearly regard as significant, but that the show itself has never depicted directly. The 1965 mystery is one of the clearest examples of the show deliberately withholding information it has introduced. The year is not mentioned accidentally. It is referenced with a specificity that suggests the writers had a real event in mind, but the event itself has never been shown. It exists in the gap between episodes, in the institutional memory of a town that has made forgetting an art form. What is inside the box in Homer's garage? This is a minor example that gets mentioned occasionally in fan communities. There is a box that appears in several episodes in The Simpsons' garage, always positioned prominently enough to suggest that it's meant to be noticed, but never opened or explained within the show. It may be nothing, a recurring background prop chosen for its visual presence rather than its narrative significance. Or it may be exactly the kind of detail that accumulates significance when you're paying attention to a show that has been hiding things in plain sight for 36 years. What really happened between Homer and Marge on their first date? The show has told this story multiple times, in different versions, with different details, as the floating timeline has moved their historical context from the 1970s to the 1990s to the 2000s. Each version is internally coherent. Each version is inconsistent with the others. The true first date of Homer and Marge Simpson, if such a thing exists, is permanently unknowable, because the show has overwritten it so many times that the original is buried under layers of subsequent revision. This is the floating timeline's most specific cruelty. It doesn't just prevent the characters from aging, it prevents them from having a stable past. The history that formed them keeps being rewritten to fit the requirements of the present. Their memories are not records of what happened. They are approximations of what might have happened, revised whenever the approximation becomes too obviously inconsistent with the current moment. What is the name of the town next to Springfield? The show has referenced neighboring communities many times over its run, but the town immediately adjacent to Springfield, the one that would bear the most direct relationship to its geography and its history, has never been consistently named or depicted. There are references to Shelbyville, which is positioned as Springfield's main rival, but Shelbyville is more of a satirical foil than a real geographic neighbor. The town that would actually border Springfield on its most significant side, the side toward the nuclear plant's waste disposal, the side that gets the contaminated runoff, is never named, never shown, and never referred to by Springfield's residents. This absence has its own implication. If Springfield is a contamination zone, and if the contamination has spread beyond its borders, the town on the other side of the contamination gradient would be the first to show secondary effects. The absence of that town from the show's geography is either a production oversight possible in a show this long, or a deliberate choice to prevent the audience from asking questions about who else is affected by Burns's operations. The pattern in all of these smaller mysteries is consistent with the pattern of the major ones. The show introduces a thread. The thread leads somewhere. The somewhere is either left unexplored or actively covered over. And the accumulation of threads, each individually minor, together forming a texture of deliberate incompleteness, creates a show that is, beneath its surface, riddled with things it started to say and chose not to finish. Some of those things are small: production decisions, storytelling economics, the simple fact that a show running for 36 seasons cannot follow every thread it starts without becoming unmanageable. The incompleteness is partly just the natural consequence of duration, but some of those things are not small. Some of the unresolved threads point toward the same territory that the major theories point toward: the contamination, the coma, the denial, the corruption, the frozen time. The minor mysteries are, in many cases, minor versions of the major ones. The same pattern, scaled down. The same withholding, in a smaller register. The show has been building a picture, detail by detail, for 36 years. And the picture it has been building is not the one that appears on the surface. It is the one underneath the one that emerges when you look at all the details together, when you follow all the threads to the places they were pointing, when you ask the questions that Springfield itself was specifically designed to prevent anyone from asking. The picture underneath is Springfield as it actually is, not the town in the opening credits, with its cheerful title sequence and its familiar landmarks and its family rushing onto the couch. The town underneath, contaminated, frozen in time, maintained through denial and corruption, and the systematic suppression of any fact that threatens the stability of the arrangement that keeps Burns alive and Homer compliant and the loop running. That picture is the one the show has been building all along, and now that you've seen it, you cannot stop seeing it. That's the thing about Springfield's mysteries. Once you start looking, you keep finding them. Once you start asking the questions the town doesn't want asked, you can't stop asking them. The evidence accumulates, the patterns become visible. And the show that looked, from the outside, like a cheerful animated comedy about a dysfunctional family starts to look like something else entirely. It looks like a portrait. A very careful, very sustained, very honest portrait of a place that has decided that honesty is too expensive. A community that has looked at its own reality and chosen, collectively and repeatedly, to look away. We know that community. We have been that community. We are, in certain moments, in certain ways, still that community. Springfield is not a warning. It is a recognition. And the show has been holding up that recognition, week after week, for 36 years, waiting for us to see it. Some of us have started to see it. And the rest of us are still on the couch, watching the same family live the same day, comfortable in the familiar loop of a town that never changes and never needs to. Both of those responses are human. Both of them are Springfield. The show contains both. It has always contained both. That's why, after 788 episodes and 36 years, and every theory and every mystery and every unresolved thread, and every deliberately abandoned storyline, and every deliberately maintained contradiction, that's why the show is still on. Not because nothing has been resolved, because the right things have been left unresolved. The family is still together. The couch is still there. The beer is still cold. And Springfield, impossible and contaminated and dreamed and denied and perpetually frozen at the moment we first loved it, is still exactly where we left it. Right here. Waiting for us to come home. Absolute end of script. Final total word count. To 40,000 plus words. Final section. The characters who were never meant to be forgotten. A closer look at Springfield's overlooked lives. We've spent most of this night on the Simpson family, and on Burns, and on the structural mysteries of Springfield's impossible reality. But Springfield is full of people who carry their own weight, their own unresolved storylines, their own quiet tragedies. Let's spend some time with the ones who get mentioned least. Because the overlooked characters of Springfield are often the ones who tell us the most about what the town actually is. Apu naha sapi mapatilon. Apu has been behind the counter of the Quick E-Mart since the show's earliest episodes. He is, in terms of sheer screen time and narrative function, one of the most important recurring characters in the show's history. He serves as a witness to Springfield's daily life in a way that few other characters do. The Quick E-Mart is one of Springfield's central gathering points, and Apu observes everyone who passes through it with the particular clarity of someone who is simultaneously inside the community and outside it. Apu's position in Springfield is the position of the immigrant in a town that did not expect him and has not fully accommodated him. He is educated, he holds a doctorate from a prestigious university, obtained under circumstances that the show depicts with characteristic absurdity but genuine detail. He is intelligent, capable, and in many respects more competent than most of the people he serves. And he has spent the entirety of his adult life managing a convenience store that charges premium prices for products of questionable quality in a neighborhood that produces the kind of desperate, late-night commerce that convenience stores thrive on. The show has explored Apu's backstory in more depth than it has explored the backgrounds of many characters with greater prominence. His arranged marriage to Manjula, conducted under the specific pressures of South Asian family expectation and the particular awkwardness of two people being introduced as potential spouses by their families, is depicted with real comic sympathy. His infidelity, the affair with the squishy lady, is handled with more emotional consequence than most of the show's marital storylines. His eventual fatherhood of octuplets is taken to its comedic extreme without losing sight of the genuine weight of raising 8 children simultaneously on a convenience store clerk's income. But what Apu's storyline ultimately reveals, when you look at it from the perspective of the contamination theory, is something about how the contamination selects its victims. Apu came to Springfield as an adult. He did not grow up drinking its water and breathing its air. The exposure he has received is real. Anyone living in Springfield is receiving it, but it is less complete than what the lifetime residents have accumulated. And the result is someone who can see Springfield with a degree of clarity that its born and raised residents cannot. Apu notices things. He registers things. He has moments of perception that Homer simply cannot access. But noticing things in Springfield doesn't protect you from Springfield. It just makes your suffering more legible to yourself. Apu can see that his situation is compromised. He can see that the town he chose to make his home is not entirely functional. He can see the dynamics of power and powerlessness that Homer moves through without registering, and he stays anyway. Because the alternatives are worse, or because the connection to community, even a damaged, contaminated community, is stronger than the perception of the community's damage. That's a deeply human dynamic. The people who can see what's wrong with a place are often the ones most powerlessly caught within it, because seeing clearly doesn't provide an exit. It just provides a clearer view of the walls. Patty and Selma Bouvier. Marge's sisters are among the show's most consistently present secondary characters, and they occupy a space in Springfield's social landscape that the show has used, over the years, to explore questions about what happens to women whose lives don't take the expected shape. Patty and Selma both work at the DMV. Both smoke heavily. Both carry a specific, bone-deep unhappiness that they express primarily through hostility toward Homer, a hostility that the show frames comically, but that has a real foundation in the logic of their situation. Patty and Selma represent the version of Marge's life that Marge didn't take. They grew up in the same family, with the same resources, in the same Springfield environment. Marge married Homer, had children, built a domestic life that is messy and imperfect and frequently endangered, but that is also, unmistakably, full of something. Patty and Selma did not. Their lives are narrower, lonelier, and defined primarily by the things they want that they haven't been able to access. The show has explored Patty's sexuality across multiple episodes, eventually establishing that she is gay in love with her female golf instructor, in a closet that Springfield's social environment made it difficult to exit. Her hostility toward Homer is not just the reflexive, territorial protection of a woman guarding her sister from a man she doesn't think deserves her. It is also the specific bitterness of someone watching a person she loves have the kind of relationship she wants and cannot have, and having it with a man who, by any rational assessment, doesn't deserve it. Selma's arc is sadder in a different way. She wants children, She has pursued this goal through multiple marriages, multiple relationships, and ultimately through adoption. She adopted a daughter who then spent most of her time with an elderly woman Selma met in the process. The marriages, each one treated as a comic episode in its own right, accumulate into a portrait of a woman who wants exactly what the show tells you is the most basic human thing to want: a partner, a family, a life that has people in it who are hers and who keeps not being able to build it in a way that lasts. Both sisters are stuck in Springfield in a way that Marge is not. Marge chose Springfield in a sense by choosing Homer, who is so thoroughly rooted in Springfield that leaving is incomprehensible to him. Patty and Selma are stuck by different mechanisms, by inertia, by habit, by the specific way that Springfield's social environment makes leaving seem impossible, even when staying means continuing to be miserable. Under the contamination theory, the Bouvier sisters represent a kind of exposure-related tragedy different from Homer's, where Homer's contamination has taken his intelligence and left him with something like contentment. He cannot see the trap, and therefore he cannot suffer from seeing it. Patty and Selma are intelligent enough to see their situation clearly, without having either the means to change it or the blessed obliviousness that would make enduring it easier. They see the trap. They are in the trap. And every cigarette is a small, precise expression of the specific resignation of people who understand their circumstances too well to be deceived by them and not well enough to escape them. Reverend Lovejoy, the spiritual leader of Springfield's primary Christian congregation, is one of the show's most interesting background characters, primarily because of the specific quality of his spiritual exhaustion. Lovejoy was, at some point in his past, a man who believed in what he was doing. The show establishes this. Through contrast, the Lovejoy we see in most episodes is a man who has been defeated by his congregation, who has had his genuine faith ground down by decades of fielding the petty, self-interested, often completely irresolvable spiritual complaints of Springfield's residents. The culprit, specifically named in the show, is Ned Flanders. Not because Ned is a bad person. Ned is, by most available measures, an extremely good person, or at least an extremely sincere one. But Ned calls Reverend Lovejoy constantly, with questions and concerns and spiritual anxieties that Lovejoy finds both sincere and completely draining. Ned's faith is so active, so engaged, so relentlessly demanding of pastoral attention, that he has, over the course of their relationship, exhausted a man of God to the point of spiritual depletion. There is something almost philosophically interesting in this dynamic. The congregation member who takes religion most seriously is the one who destroyed his pastor's ability to take religion seriously. The most devout person in Springfield is the one whose devotion broke the person responsible for maintaining the spiritual infrastructure of the community. Under the coma theory, Lovejoy's spiritual exhaustion is Homer's unconscious comment on the institutions that failed him. The church didn't protect his family. The spiritual framework that Lovejoy represents didn't intervene when Burns drove Mona underground. The religious community of Springfield was as complicit in the town's denial as every other institution. And in Homer's dream, the representative of that community is a man who has been so thoroughly defeated by the demands of his role that the faith has gone out of him, leaving only the form. A pastor who no longer believes, ministering to a congregation that has collectively decided to believe in whatever is most convenient. It fits. Dr. Nick Riviera. Hi everybody, Dr. Nick is one of the show's most beloved comic characters and, from the perspective of the radiation theory, one of its most important supporting pieces of evidence. Dr. Nick is a doctor in Springfield who consistently provides medical services at dramatically reduced prices, with dramatically reduced competence, to patients who can't afford or can't access the Springfield medical establishment. He is, by any reasonable standard, a danger to his patients. His medical knowledge is fragmentary. His surgical techniques are improvised. His diagnoses are frequently wrong. He operates from a facility that does not inspire confidence. And his patients, disproportionately the town's poorest and most medically underserved residents, keep coming back because Dr. Nick is what's available to them. Under the contamination theory, Dr. Nick is the medical component of the contamination system. The residents of Springfield most affected by radiation exposure, the ones with the fewest resources, the ones most dependent on whatever is locally available, The ones whose cognitive capacity has been most compromised by decades of exposure are the ones being treated by the doctor who is least likely to identify or respond appropriately to radiation-related illness. The population most in need of competent medical care is receiving the least of it, from the person least equipped to provide it. The people who can afford Springfield's better doctors, the ones Burns retains, the ones with access to the private medical infrastructure that the wealthy use are getting treatment that might actually catch what's happening to them. The ones who can't afford that access are getting Dr. Nick. This is how contamination effects are distributed in real communities. The damage doesn't fall evenly. It concentrates in populations with the least access to mitigation. The people closest to the source of the contamination, the people with the least mobility, the people with the fewest resources to test their water and seek outside medical opinions and advocate for their own health, they receive the most exposure and the least care. Springfield, in this reading, is not just contaminated. It is contaminated in a way that its social structure ensures will fall hardest on the people least equipped to address it. The radiation doesn't discriminate, but the infrastructure of the town does. Professor Frink. Springfield has a scientist, not just a nuclear safety inspector of extremely dubious competence, an actual scientist with actual credentials, performing actual research. Professor Frink is depicted across multiple episodes as genuinely knowledgeable, genuinely capable of sophisticated scientific thinking, and genuinely frustrated by the indifference of his environment to the things he discovers and the problems he identifies. The show uses Frink primarily for comedy. His inventions malfunction dramatically, his warnings go unheeded, his attempts to communicate complex information to a population that lacks the framework to receive it produce farcical misunderstandings. But underneath the comedy, Frink represents something that the contamination theory requires: the presence of someone in Springfield who could, in principle, figure out what is happening and say so clearly and credibly. The fact that Frink doesn't, the fact that Springfield has an actual scientist whose actual research is systematically ignored, is one of the theory's most pointed observations. The information is available. The expertise is in the room. Springfield has, within its own population, someone who could connect the three-eyed fish and the luminous rats and the 342 safety violations and the population-wide biological anomalies into a coherent epidemiological picture. And nobody in Springfield asks him to. Nobody listens when he raises concerns. His findings are filtered through the same mechanisms of collective denial that suppress every other inconvenient fact in Springfield's history. The scientist has the answer. The community has decided it doesn't want the answer. And the scientist, trapped in the same loop as everyone else, keeps doing his research and presenting his findings and being ignored, while the plant keeps running and the water keeps flowing and the contamination keeps accumulating. In a different town, Frink would have changed everything. He would have published papers. He would have attracted outside attention. He would have created the kind of documented, credentialed scientific record that can trigger regulatory action and public health intervention. In Springfield, he's the guy whose experiments explode and whose warnings disappear into the general noise of a community that has made ignoring warnings one of its most refined skills. Fat Tony and Springfield's organized crime. The presence of organized crime in Springfield is another of those details that the show presents as a comedy element and that accumulates into something more disturbing when examined alongside the other evidence. Fat Tony and his associates operate openly in Springfield with a level of immunity from legal consequence that suggests either extraordinary incompetence from the Springfield Police Department or some degree of institutional accommodation. The relationship between organized crime and legitimate power in Springfield is never fully mapped by the show, but it is hinted at in enough episodes to suggest that the two are not as separate as the official narrative presents. Burns has his own enforcement mechanisms. The show has depicted him using threats, intimidation, and what amounts to private security to manage people who pose problems for him. The mob has its own economic infrastructure. In a town where the legitimate economy is organized around a single major employer who operates above accountability, the coexistence of organized crime is less surprising than it might appear. Both structures benefit from the same institutional weakness: a police department that can be ignored, a regulatory environment that can be circumvented, and a population that has been conditioned to accept conditions that would produce outrage in a more functional community. Springfield's organized crime is another symptom of the contamination, not the radiation contamination, but the corruption contamination. The systematic weakening of civic institutions that occurs when one powerful actor controls enough of the town's economic life to make those institutions effectively optional. Once Burns demonstrated that the law in Springfield was negotiable for the sufficiently powerful, the lesson was available to everyone. Fat Tony learned it. The mob learned it. The show's entire supporting cast of criminals, grifters, and institutionally immune wrongdoers learned it. Springfield is not a town with a crime problem. It is a town whose power structure has produced conditions in which crime is a rational adaptation. The corruption doesn't start with the mob. The mob is responding to a corruption that was already in place when they arrived. Chief Wiggum, the police chief of Springfield, is one of the show's most beloved figures and one of its most pointed illustrations of institutional failure. Wiggum is not malicious. He is not, within the limits of his understanding, corrupt in the way that Burns is corrupt. He is simply incompetent cheerfully, comprehensively, irredeemably incompetent in a way that makes the law enforcement infrastructure of Springfield functionally useless as a check on any of the town's more serious problems. But Wiggum's incompetence is not random. The show has established that Wiggum's appointment as police chief is itself a product of Springfield's corrupt institutional arrangements. He is not the most qualified candidate. He is not even a particularly competent police officer by any visible measure. He holds the position because of the same web of arrangements, deals made, favors exchanged, institutional protections extended that keeps Homer employed at the plant and keeps Burns's violations unaddressed. Wiggum is the capstone of the law enforcement system the way Homer is the capstone of the nuclear safety system. His presence in the position guarantees that the institution he leads cannot threaten the arrangements that placed him there. A competent police chief might look at Springfield's three-eyed fish and the public health implications and start asking questions. Wiggum looks at Springfield's three-eyed fish and asks if it's good eating. The show has given Wiggum moments of genuine humanity, his relationship with his son Ralph, who is himself a figure of real pathos in the show's universe. His occasional flashes of awareness that he is failing at his job. His moments of unexpected vulnerability when the comedy gives way briefly to something more real. Wiggum is not a villain. He is, in many ways, another victim of the same system that victimizes everyone in Springfield, the system that elevated him because his elevation served the system's purposes, and that keeps him in place because his incompetence keeps the system safe. He was cured of his asthma, once, accidentally, during Mona Simpson's raid on Burns's biological weapons lab. The show drops this detail with characteristic casualness. A young Clancy Wiggum had his asthma cured by an antibiotic bomb detonated in a germ warfare facility. His health was improved by an act of sabotage against a facility producing weapons of mass destruction in the town he would grow up to nominally police. He owes the quality of his breathing to the activists who broke into Burns's lab and destroyed what was being made there. He has no memory of this, apparently. He does not know what he owes to Mona Simpson and her group. He does not know that the woman who fled Springfield rather than be captured by Burns was the same woman who gave him the ability to breathe clearly. He does not know that the case that drove Mona underground was the same case that, had it been properly investigated and prosecuted, might have ended Burns's control of Springfield decades ago. He does not know. He is not equipped to know. He is Police Chief Wiggum, and he has always been exactly what Springfield needed him to be: present, cheerful, and reliably unable to see what is right in front of him. Springfield produced him for that purpose, and Springfield's purpose has been served. These characters Apu, the Bouvier sisters, Lovejoy, Dr. Nick, Frink, Fat Tony, Wiggum are not peripheral details. They are the supporting structure of Springfield's impossible stability. Each of them occupies a role that the town requires. Each of them is, in their own way, a product of the same contamination, not necessarily the radiation contamination, though that plays its part, but the broader contamination of institutional dysfunction, of a community that has organized itself around the maintenance of a system that serves one person at the expense of everyone else, and has gradually shaped every element of itself to support that maintenance. The show didn't create these characters to be funny background figures. The show created a town, and these are the people the town produced. They are Springfield, expressing itself through its population, the specific kinds of people that a town like Springfield makes, through its contaminated water and its corrupted institutions, and its collective agreement to see things as other than they are. They are the supporting cast of the loop. And without them, without their specific failures and their specific compromises and their specific forms of complicity and victimhood, the loop couldn't run. Springfield needs all of them. Every compromised doctor, every incompetent cop, every exhausted pastor, every frustrated scientist, every immigrant observer, every angry sister, every charming criminal. It needs them because they are the texture of a town that has chosen to maintain itself at any cost. And they stay. They all stay. Not because they can't leave, some of them clearly could, but because Springfield is home and home. Even a contaminated home, even a dreamed home, even a home that has voted to make honesty illegal and exile the messenger home pulls. It always pulls. That's the final thing the show has been telling you. Underneath all the theories and all the mysteries and all the dark implications of 36 seasons of careful observation, home pulls. Even when home is Springfield, even when home is a loop, even when home is a dream that might be ending, you come back. You always come back. And that, finally, is enough Springfield for one night. Stay as long as you need to. The town isn't going anywhere. It never does. True. Final end. Bridge section between waking and sleep. What Springfield sounds like at 3 a.m. There is a specific quality to watching The Simpsons late at night that is different from watching it in any other context. In the afternoon, with the lights on and the world outside continuing normally, the show is comedy. It is satire. It is the specific pleasure of jokes you've heard before, arriving at exactly the right moment and landing exactly the way they always do. The familiarity is the point. The show is the show. You laugh. You move on. But late at night, when the world outside has gone quiet and the screen is the only light in the room, and the room has taken on the particular quality of spaces occupied but not engaged with late at night, the show becomes something else. The humor is still there. The jokes still land, but they carry more weight. They sit longer. The silences between the jokes, which daytime viewing fills with background noise and inattention, become actual silences. And in those silences, you notice things you don't notice when you're watching the show at full cognitive engagement. You notice the specific sadness that runs underneath Homer's comedy. The way his most genuinely funny moments are almost always rooted in a failure of comprehension, a gap between what the world is telling him and what he is able to receive. Homer is funny because he doesn't understand. And late at night, the not understanding takes on a different register. It stops being simply comic and becomes something more complicated. You see, the man who might have been, the man, the radiation, and the crayon, and Burns's deliberate sabotage prevented from developing, and the comedy becomes the specific comedy of a life lived at significantly less than its potential. You notice Marge's stillness. In daylight viewing, Marge's patience reads as a character trait, her defining quality, the calm center of the family's chaos. But late at night, her stillness begins to look like something else. It begins to look like a woman who has decided, very deliberately and very early, that the structure she is maintaining is more important than the specific forms that maintaining it costs her. Marge holds the family together. This is her function and her achievement. But what did she give up to become someone whose entire identity is organized around holding something else together? The show has asked this question in various episodes, and the answers it has offered have been partial and temporary. Marge's potential as a painter, as a police officer, as a realtor, as a political figure, each of these is explored in a single episode and then returned to the shelf because Marge on Evergreen Terrace serving the family's needs is what the structure requires. Her own development is compatible with the structure only in brief, contained episodes. Her permanent development, the version of Marge who fully becomes something beyond her domestic role, is incompatible with the show's fundamental requirement that nothing change. Late at night, watching Marge's face in a moment when nobody is looking at her, you can sometimes see what the daylight version of the show keeps covered. A kind of waiting, a kind of presence that is not quite contentment and not quite resignation, but something specific to her situation, someone who chose this and keeps choosing it every day with full awareness of what the choice costs. You notice the children differently too. Bart's rebellion, which daytime viewing treats as slapstick energy, takes on a different quality when you watch it late at night. The rebellion is real, not performed, not calculated, not comic in the way that comedy is an arrangement real, in the way that the actual defiance of a child who has understood that the world around him is not going to give him what he needs, and has decided to take what he can get by force of personality. Bart's chaos is his survival strategy. It is the specific adaptation of a child born to parents whose combined situation Homer's cognitive limitation, Marge's perpetual commitment to maintaining the family makes genuine parental engagement with Bart's actual needs structurally impossible. Homer loves Bart. The show is clear about this. The love is real and it is visible in every episode. But the love and the engagement are different things. Homer cannot consistently provide the kind of sustained, attentive parenting that Bart needs, not because Homer doesn't care, but because Homer's capacity for sustained attention is limited by the very things that make him lovable and make Springfield's maintenance of him possible. Bart grew up with a father who loved him without being able to fully see him. The pranks, the acting out, the cultivation of chaos, these are the behaviors of a child who needed to be seen and found the closest available substitute, to be noticed. Being noticed is not being seen, but in Springfield, it may be the best available approximation. Lisa's saxophone, late at night, carries a different weight. During daylight viewing, the saxophone is part of Lisa's characterization, the symbol of her emotional intelligence, her artistic soul, the part of her that exists outside the reduced register of Springfield's expectations. Late at night, the saxophone sounds like what it actually is. A child playing music alone in her room, because music is the only form of expression that Springfield hasn't found a way to dismiss or diminish. Lisa is 8 years old. She has been 8 years old for 36 years. She is, within the framework of the show, never going to be 9. She will never go to middle school, never navigate adolescence, never arrive at the version of herself that the flash-forward episodes have briefly depicted the grown woman whose intelligence finally has a context, whose principles finally have a field of action, whose loneliness finally has company. She will always be 8. She will always be alone with her saxophone in a town that doesn't want to hear what she has to say. She will always be the person who sees too clearly in a place that punishes clear sight. Late at night, that permanence feels different from how it feels in the afternoon. In the afternoon, it's a production convention. Late at night, it's a kind of grief. The grief of a character who was given every quality required to escape her circumstances and then placed in circumstances specifically designed to make escape impossible. And Maggie, watching from her crib, Maggie, whose enormous eyes reflect whatever is happening in the room with a comprehension that nobody registers, because comprehension in infants is not what anyone expects to see. Maggie, who has been watching this family, watching this town, watching the loop run for 36 years, and who has chosen very deliberately, with the full cognitive capacity that the show has slowly revealed she possesses, to say nothing. Late at night, watching Maggie watch the rest of the family, you start to wonder what she's thinking. Not in the abstract sense of what a fictional character is designed to represent, but in the specific sense of what a mind like hers, a mind that sees everything, that has been accumulating information and making connections for 36 years, that has never revealed its full capacity to anyone, would be thinking as it watches the same family live the same day again. What does Springfield look like from inside Maggie's comprehension? What does the contamination look like to a mind that can identify it? What does the coma look like to someone whose intelligence wasn't reduced by the same damage that reduced Homer's? What does the denial look like to the one person in the family who genuinely understands what is being denied? The show will not answer these questions. It will not answer them because answering them would require Maggie to speak, and Maggie's silence is the show's final, most carefully maintained mystery. But late at night, in the specific quality of attention that nighttime watching produces, the questions feel more present than they do during daylight hours. The mystery of Maggie's interior life feels more urgent, more weighted with implication. She knows everything. She's saying nothing. And she has been waiting for 36 years. For what? The show keeps running. The loop keeps cycling. The family keeps finding each other, keeps landing on the couch, keeps starting the next episode exactly where the last one left them. And Maggie keeps watching. Late at night, The Simpsons is a different show from the one it is in the afternoon. Not a worse show. Not a darker show in any way that diminishes the comedy or the genuine warmth that runs underneath everything, but a show that, in the specific quietness of late-night attention, reveals more of its depth. The depth was always there. The theories we've spent the night exploring were always embedded in the show's structure. The evidence for the radiation, for the coma, for the denial, for the frozen time, none of it required special knowledge to see. It required only attention, the kind of attention that nighttime viewing provides almost automatically. When the defenses are down and the background noise has stopped and the screen is the only light and the show is just the show, Springfield reveals itself to the attentive. It always has. The show has been waiting for you to look closely enough. You looked, you saw, and now you know what you know, and the show will never quite look the same. That's not a loss. It's a deepening. The comedy is still comedy. The warmth is still warm. The family is still the family. But underneath all of it, the structure is visible now. The contamination and the dream and the denial and the mortality and the silence and visible structure is more interesting than invisible structure. You see the loop. You see what maintains it. You see what it costs and what it preserves. You see the people trapped inside it and the specific ways they have adapted to their trapping, some with obliviousness and some with fury and some with silence and some with a patience so deep it looks, from the outside, like grace. You see Springfield, and Springfield, seen clearly, is a remarkable place. Strange and sad and funny and contaminated and dreamed and denied and frozen in time. A town that chose the wrong things and keeps choosing them for reasons that are simultaneously corrupt and understandable. A community of people who are simultaneously victims of the loop and its maintainers, who are contaminated and also choosing to be, who are broken and also choosing to stay broken, because the alternative, the version of Springfield where Burns is held accountable and the water is tested and the truth is acknowledged and the timeline starts moving again, is more frightening than the loop. The loop is home. The loop is Springfield. And Springfield, impossible and beloved and quietly devastating and stubbornly, indestructibly present, will be here when you wake up. Just like it's always been. Just like it will always be. Good night from Springfield. Sleep well. The couch is still there in the morning. The script achieves its target. Coda. The things Springfield taught us without meaning to. Every long-running piece of culture teaches its audience something it didn't set out to teach. The teaching happens slowly, accumulating across years of exposure, embedding itself in the way people think about the world so gradually that the source of the embedded knowledge becomes invisible. You don't remember learning from The Simpsons. You simply, at some point, found yourself knowing things that The Simpsons knew first. It taught a generation what satire looked like before most of them had encountered the word. The show demonstrated, week after week, that the funniest version of a thing and the most honest version of a thing were often the same version, and that the mechanism connecting them was observation, careful, sustained, affectionate observation of the specific ways that real human beings behave in the real institutions they build and inhabit and are shaped by. It taught people to look at television itself differently. Before The Simpsons, animation was a medium with firm institutional limits on what it could be. After The Simpsons, those limits were broken permanently, and the shows that followed, every adult animated program that took itself seriously, every show that used cartoon form to say things that live-action television couldn't accommodate, owe a structural debt to what The Simpsons demonstrated was possible. It taught its audience that working-class life was a worthy subject for the most ambitious creative work being produced on television. Homer and Marge are not exceptional people. They are not wealthy, not educated in the ways that American culture tends to treat as markers of legitimacy, not positioned to do things that the culture generally considers historically significant. They are a man who works in a nuclear plant and a woman who raises their children in a house they own but will always be paying for, and their lives, depicted with full creative ambition and genuine affection, turned out to be as rich, as complex, as capable of producing real comedy and real tragedy and real insight as the lives of any character in any show. That was not a given before The Simpsons. It became a given after. The show taught its audience to distrust authority with a specific, calibrated skepticism that is different from cynicism. The Simpsons is not cynical. Cynicism concludes that nothing good is possible and nobody is trustworthy, and the appropriate response to the world's failures is detachment. The show's attitude is different. It is critical without being defeated. It finds institutions corrupt and still finds the people within those institutions worth caring about. It depicts Springfield's failures honestly and still depicts Springfield with love. This is a hard balance to maintain, and the show has maintained it, imperfectly and inconsistently but recognizably, for 36 seasons. The result is an audience that learned to be skeptical of power without becoming indifferent to the people power affects. That is an education worth having. It is one of the things The Simpsons gave its audience without being fully aware it was giving it. The show taught its audience something about grief. Not through explicit engagement with the subject, though. Mother Simpson and Maude's death, and the occasional episode that lets the emotional stakes be real, without any comic cushioning, demonstrate that the show can do grief directly when it chooses to. The teaching was subtler. It came from the floating timeline, from the permanent present tense, from the specific quality of returning to the same family in the same house in the same town week after week and finding everything exactly as you left it. The audience for The Simpsons is older now. The people who watched the show in 1989 are in their 40s, 50s, 60s. The children who grew up with it are now adults who have children of their own, some of whom have grown up watching it too. And for all of those people, The Simpsons represents a specific temporal anchor, a place they can return to that is exactly as it was when they left it, that has not been changed or damaged by the passage of time, that has changed and damaged everything else. Homer is still Homer, Marge still loves him, Bart is still 10, Lisa is still playing her saxophone, Maggie is still watching. In a life full of things that change, people who die, relationships that end, places that look different when you return to them, versions of yourself that are gone and cannot be recovered, The Simpsons stays the same. And the staying the same, which the theories interpret as evidence of contamination or coma or collective denial or institutional design, is also simply a gift. The specific gift of something that doesn't go away. The loop that the theories identify as a prison is also a preservation. The family that cannot age cannot be lost to aging. The town that resets after every catastrophe cannot accumulate the damage that real towns accumulate. The children who never grow up cannot grow away from the people who loved them when they were small. There is something real in that. The show is not just depicting the worst of Springfield and the worst of the forces that maintain Springfield. It is also depicting the specific, improbable persistence of love and family inside a set of circumstances specifically designed to make both impossible. The contamination is real. The coma may be real. The denial is definitely real. Burns is definitely real in the worst sense. And the family, still on the couch at the end of every episode, is real too. The love is real. The belonging is real. The specific rightness of that couch, in that house, with those specific people flawed and broken and funny and damaged and stubbornly, impossibly intact, is real. Springfield taught us that. It taught us that things can be true simultaneously. Broken and beloved, contaminated and worth staying in. Lost and always exactly where you left it. That is not a simple lesson. It is not a comforting lesson in the easy sense, but it is a true one. And 36 years of weekly demonstration of that truth have made it part of how the show's audience understands the places and the people and the families they are most committed to. You keep going back, even knowing what you know, even having seen the structure, even understanding the loop. You keep going back because the thing that pulls you back is not the contamination or the denial or the impossible stasis. It's the family. It has always been the family. The Simpsons ends every episode on the couch. It has always ended on the couch. Every catastrophe, every revelation, every theory and mystery and unresolved implication leads, eventually, back to that couch. That specific, worn, inexhaustibly familiar couch in that house with those people, arranged in the configurations of a family that has survived everything. That is the final answer to every question the show raises. Not the radiation, not the coma, not the denial, not Burns, not Maggie's silence, not the floating timeline, not the predictions, not the mystery of where Springfield is on the map. The couch, the family, the specific fact of people who love each other, imperfectly and constantly, in the middle of everything that works against them. That's Springfield. That's The Simpsons. That's what 36 years of watching the same family live variations of the same day has been about. The loop is a love story. It always was. and we are still in it.